Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The grand final is upon us. Is it the grand finalitical, or is that what we call it? Or do we call it just the final?
Yeah, well, kind of the grand final of the qualifier event in a way, but it is the spot where you can get the final ticket to London, that is for sure.
Indeed, indeed it is. All right, well, we got two big players, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we have got our final set consisting of number one, Puppypaw. Number two, Anotand. These two guys, I mean, we know Anotand has been here many times before. He was talking about it in his the interview that we were doing just beforehand, Lidakor, and he was talking about the fact that, you know, he's kind of used to this spot. He's used to being here. He's used to losing in the final. So, look, hopefully he keeps it together. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be good. We got a lot of good maps in here. Which maps are we looking out for today? Hill and Dale, another good one. Got King of the Hill. We haven't seen Kawasan tonight, so we will potentially see Kawasan tonight. But we do have players drafting at the moment, Litter. Our first civilization bands have come through. Ooh, Sengoku Daimyo making it through the first phase for Puppypaw. Oh.
Yeah, that actually means... So the third ban you have comes after the first pick of the opponent. If Anotand does not pick Sengoku Daimyo here, he's not going to be able to pick it potentially anywhere else, because the next ban could very well be the Daimyo itself.
But he goes with the French first instead.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I think players... There's nothing wrong with picking Old Faithful, is there? You know, just it feels good. All right,
I think it sends a message in a way that your number one pick is French. And again, do keep in mind, that first pick is immensely valuable, because that comes before the third ban. So you have a much more restricted set of options for your second pick than you have for your first pick. And in that sense, I think it sends a very strong message that French was the first overall pick here.
Yeah, I agree. All right, well, despite that, we do see Sengoku Daimyo banned out eventually, very late in the draft. Both players opting for the same bans, though. We both see Sengoku Daimyo, Marlians, and Ottomans, just in slightly different orders. And then for civilization picks, we've got the Delhi Sultanate and the Tughlaq dynasty being picked up by Puppypaw. It's just change the saturation on one of those flags.
You know what I would love to see?
What would you like to see?
You could use the Abbasid flag and change the saturation on it for a variant civilization.
You'd still just get the Abbasid. Just be exactly the same. Alright, well, we've also got... So on the side of Anotand, we've got the Rus, the French, two big Cav civilizations, the Ayyubids, Macedonians, the Golden Horde, and the Jussi Legacy again. Alright, so far, I'm liking Puppypaw's draft. You know, Japanese, Chinese, both make me very excited. Got Mongols as well coming in for Puppypaw. Especially for these maps as well. Not a whole lot of water on these maps, which is definitely something I'm thankful for.
Puppypaw is going for the full Asia build, by the way. Japanese, the Delhi and its variant civilization, Mongols, Chinese. Byzantine's kind of an outlier. And Jushi's unfortunately gone. Sengoku Daimyo not going to be available. Still, big Asia build out there for Puppy.
He'll just run out of them. He just ran out of the Asian civs, though. Can't pick any more. And now we get all of them coming through. KT, Knights Templar. Imagine if we saw Knights Templar. I don't think we will, but imagine if we did. We've got Jeanne d'Arc, Holy Roman Empire coming in for Anotand. And that is a civilization that Puppypaw has picked. You may just think that we've removed the question mark. It is the Abbasid. And then finishing up with the English. What do we see on the side of Anotand?
Well, whatever is left at this point.
He gets House of Lancaster, and that's it. Well, there you go. There you go. You can have House of Lancaster. We'll let you. All right, there we go. Our civilization drafts are complete.
So, here's the thing. You have 7 maps, which means each player will use up to 7 civilizations, but you do have 9 picks. So, in general, you're going to have 2 of those civilizations go unused, even if we go all the way.
Indeed. So you're picking civilizations that you know you're not going to use. You're like, no one's using I'm not making longbows here. It's funny that both English and House of Lancaster would like, they were the fat kid that got picked last on the team. Nobody wanted to be friends with the English today. Parallels to real life, to be honest. Sorry to all the English people out there watching. It's all right. We don't mind.
You hear an Australian speaking.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to determine. I think the maps overall are quite neutral. You know, the fact that we've only got one water map in here, Kawasan. I mean, technically, Frisian Marshes, kind of. Be careful about jokes, guys. You're right, Sermon. We do have to be careful about jokes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, Frisian Marshes, not really a water map. Barely even a hybrid map. Kawasan, obviously, quite a hybrid map. Do see quite a bit of water there. So probably saving something for like Juicy Legacy for there. Maybe Holy Roman Empire. Rus could be decent. But yeah, I guess with so many maps, there's so many variants, isn't there? So many variables that you need to consider. You need to factor in.
Yeah, and I think that's always one of the things I like to talk about in the context of a longer series, such as Best of Sevens. Essentially, budgeting your civilizations becomes a factor. You might want to save some of your best. Same goes for maps, by the way. It's more like map-civ combinations. You want to save some of your best maybe to the last sets in case you go down to 7 games and you need a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
At the same time, you don't want to fall behind 3-0, 2-0. So you want to kind of distribute your civilizations in different ways depending on your approach to your opponent and to the specific set. It's always interesting to see how the players distribute both their map picks and their civ picks across the series.
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy, isn't it? Well, like there's a key component, and undoubtedly at this point, both players are planning out exactly what their next steps are from here. Okay, all right, King of the Hill, we'll do Rus on that map. Okay, what are we going to do on Frisian Marshes? We'll do Juicy Legacy. What are we doing on Dry Arabia? French. But then it's like, well, I want to save French for Hillendale. So, okay, we'll put French on Dry Arabia if Dry Arabia is like relatively early and I'm down. So there's very much like, you know, and then it becomes difficult because you've got to predict the civilization that your enemy is going to pick on what map as well. So now you have to also think about, okay, what are they going to play? What matchup am I going to have on that map? Like, that was the picking phase. Now there's a planning phase as well that we don't get to see. But I'd love to be able to talk to them about that planning phase just because, well, obviously it's pretty important. It changes everything.
We don't have the civilization picks for game number 1 just yet, but yeah, as you said, a lot of interesting combinations here, and as the dominoes start falling, it's going to get even more exciting. So, for the time being, let's take a look at the head-to-head, the historical head-to-head between these two. Obviously, while you see the last encounters over here, I think this one is missing the most recent, probably the most important matchup that they had in the context of these qualifiers. Because if I'm not mistaken, Anotand did play Puppypaw beforehand. Indeed, they did. This was week 2 of Road to Wololo. In the semifinals, Anotand beat Puppypaw 3-2. He advanced into the finals and then lost to Wham. So, one thing to keep in mind, their most recent matchup went Anotand's way, but it was a close one. And it was an important one for Anotand, even though he did not manage to secure his ticket to London in that round.
They both would have lost to Wham anyway in the end, but we can see all of it comes down to the first map. Dry Arabia is the first map that we've got today, and the civilizations that were picked were Chinese and the Byzantines on the side of Puppypaw, and the Ayyubids and French on the side of Anotand. So Chinese being sniped out as well as the French being sniped out. So it's an Ayyubids v Byzantines matchup that we get today. Expect longbows. Expect more longbows. Expect longbows. There will be longbows.
Yeah, before we get into game number 1, though, I think it needs to be highlighted how close this series is between these two players. 11-8 historically, 39-30. Every single time these two play, they have a tough and close matchup. It's going to be interesting to see whether this goes all the way to 7 games. Because one thing is sure, none of these players will give up easily. This is the final chance to go to London. You're going to fight tooth and nail because if you lose, that's all about it for you. No more chances to qualify.
Yeah, this is very key right now. There is no more chances after this. This is it. This is everything. So they're going to be putting their best foot forward, that is for sure. They'll be fighting to the death. Often in tournaments, that's one of the key things that we see. Players really making sure that they only resign after they know for sure that it's done.
And I think this is a good time to get back to the conversation that we had about Puppypaw. He is coming off of an incredible reverse sweep against Lucifron. It looked like it was all done for him, and then next thing you know, Puppypaw comes in 3 in a row, turns the series around, and now he's here in the finals. So I think both of these players are coming into this series with high spirits. Obviously, for Anotand, he took down Beastie. And then on the other side, Puppypaw, he was able to turn a lost series around. That was a very, very one-sided series in the first 2 games. And then after that, Puppypaw was able to rally himself and just turn things around. So he's coming into the grand finals with a considerable boost of morale from that comeback.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling very good about that. I think as well, I mean, for Anotand, he's obviously beaten the Titan, right? Beastie. I think most people would have expected Beastie to... I shouldn't say most people, but I think coming into that matchup, I think most people would have expected Beastie to come out on top. So the fact that Anotand's been able to do it definitely means that he's going to be feeling a fair bit of momentum there. But as you mentioned, with Puppypaw, the fact that he got the reverse sweep in, he'll be feeling very good about himself. And I guess the reality is we're just going to be taking it one game at a time here, aren't we? That's the only way you can do it.
And it's an interesting dynamic to see how on Dry Arabia, Anotand wanted to open French or Ayubids, and French were just sniped away from him. And that just kind of goes back to that conversation we had about the French being the first overall pick. You have a high preference from Anotand to secure that civilization for himself. He did that, and Puppypaw just said, I don't want you to play that. So we're going to see Ayubids versus Byzantines. It's not a super common matchup, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones... Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen it. Normally, when you think of Byzantines, you think of berries. I guess you do the same thing when you think of Ayubids as well, but Ayubids is definitely a bit more open maps. Dry Arabia, makes sense. Not a whole lot of berries on this map, though. I guess that's the other thing to consider. But, yeah. And no Chinese. It's okay, we'll see them soon, I'm sure. Where else do we potentially see the Chinese? I mean, the Chinese are flexible. They can literally go on any of these maps and feel good. So... I'll be keen for that. I'll be excited. Looking forward to the Chinese games. I'm excited about the new DLC, Littlecore. How much do you know about the new DLC? Can you reveal to us anything? Any secrets?
Is there a new DLC aside from the one that actually came out before?
There's a DLC that's coming out that is a Chinese exclusive. So
really?
Basically, it's going to be released in Chinese language.
No, you're baiting me. There's no way.
You can only access it from mainland China, and sorry, no, okay. Apparently, they're doing a whole.
You had me for a second because, funnily enough, AoE 2 had a DLC which featured just Chinese factions, in there.
Exact same thing. So basically, they copied and pasted it over. We got the same thing.
No, I'm just being baited here, but I'm not going to let myself be baited. I'm still excited about the most recent DLC, I should say, and, you know, it's a little sad that we don't get to see a better representation of the Sengoku Daimyo in here. We haven't seen the Tughluq Dynasty today, but Sengoku Daimyo in general is just, you know, it's something that gets banned so frequently. We've seen a decent amount of Macedonian Dynasty, though, which is always a nice thing to have.
If you want to see Sengoku Daimyo, go on the ladder right now. I was playing ladder the other day, and every game was Sengoku Daimyo. So yes, it is crazy out there right now on the ranked ladder. But yeah, I mean, it's disappointing in here not to be able to see it, but at the same time, I think both players obviously respect it enough. Though, curiously, Anotand left it off the table until the second round, so who knows? But yes.
I'm still interested about the Chinese pick here for Dry Arabia, because that's not something that I would have, like, oh yeah, this is the civ you go for this map.
Exactly.
And it's also interesting because Anotand decided to snipe it, so maybe both of these players share a specific vision of Chinese for Dry Arabia. I don't really have a good grasp of what that vision could be, but it seems very interesting that not only was Chinese picked, it was also the snipe on the other side.
Yeah, it's a civilization at the moment that is very powerful just because of how good their professional scouts play is. So you've got a lot of flexibility in Feudal Age with unit composition, about how long you spend there, about landmarks that you make, whether or not you go Song Dynasty. There's just so many options available to you. But we'll talk less about them and more about the Byzantines who have been picked today. Ladies and gentlemen, let us get into it. I'm going to turn off my lights, Lidicor, and I'm going to get myself comfy. Are you ready? Are you ready, Lidicor? Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 of the Grand Finals. This is it. It all comes down to this right here, right now. 2 players with 1 ticket left to go to London. Well, not really London. To Londinium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is game number 1. It's a best of 7 tonight. We got a lot of games ahead of you. These 2 players are in tippity-top form. They've been through an absolute slog to get here. As we saw the economy count flashed up on the screen. Thank you very much, Cal. Very important. Anyway, let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, spawning in the west side of the map in the color red, playing as the Byzantines today. Hailing from Canada, it's Puppypaw.
And on the other side, we have, with the color yellow, Anotand playing as the Ayyubids. Ozzy, it's a big one for both of these players. It's the final ticket available. And just to reiterate, in the 4 qualifying weeks, including this one, Anotand made it into the finals 3 times. But he wasn't able to win those finals at any given time so far, so he is still missing out on that ticket. He is probably the player that was always the closest to securing a ticket, but have not been able to so far.
You know, Lidicor, we got this saying in English, 3 times a charm. Anotand, English is not his native language, so that doesn't apply to him. But what they have in Anotand's native language is 4 times a charm. And today, obviously being the 4th time, means that it's going to be a charm for him. So good luck to him. Will he finally make it through today, or will Puppypaw pip him at the post? We'll have to wait and see. Let's get to it, because we've got age ups ready on the way. Master Smiths is coming through. Now, for those unfamiliar with Master Smiths, let's take a look and see exactly what it provides, because there's a lot of different age ups available to the Ayyubids. They all happen at different times, which means you get different bonuses depending on what you're doing. So if we can click on the House of Wisdom, we'll take a look at the Master Smiths and everything it gives to you, because it gives a whole bunch of upgrades to your blacksmith. So as you can see, Military Academy and the blacksmith's damage and armor technologies become free and complete automatically when entering an age. So basically it just means that you're starting off with the French bonus, but it's for everything, and it's from the get-go. It's a pretty nice little boost that you get straight away.
It's a power spike style boost, if you think about it, because it's one of those things that you get when you age up, as you said. It's a huge spike and then nothing for a while. Obviously, that spike is worth thousands of resources, but nevertheless, the benefits that you get from this come in huge batches. In late Feudal Age, this bonus is much less relevant than it is in early Feudal Age, for instance.
Exactly. Alright, well, we've got another landmark coming through. It's the Grand Winery for the Byzantines today, which is not something that I expected to see. We're seeing Grand Winery here, not going to be Hippodrome today. How do you feel about the Grand Winery, Lidicor? You excited to see it?
I love it. I think the sustainability element of the Grand Winery and just the long-term eco boost it gives you is immensely valuable under all conditions, really. I feel like it's just a very versatile and useful landmark. And no matter what map you're playing, no matter what civ you're up against, I think it just gives you a very nice and good general boost.
Agreed. Yeah, I like it a lot. A lot of flexibility in Feudal Age, if you want to go professional scouts, you can. Castle Age, when it gets to that religious time of the day, there is a lot of bonuses that it allows you to grab. So yeah, it feels good to have. But we do have our age ups coming through. Master Smiths arriving for Anotand. Puppypaw Grand Winery, not too long to go. We'll check and see in the bases whether or not we're going to be picking up any early military buildings. Some eco upgrades already coming through for Anotand, so really looking to just try and maximize his bonuses. I note that on the UI at the moment, on the right-hand side, it doesn't indicate that he has got any of his upgrades. But we'll keep an eye out on that. Oh, okay. I've just been advised by Cal, who is our production manager, that you don't get the upgrades until the blacksmith is complete. There you go. Goes to show how much I've played AUBid Master Smiths. That's why I expressed so heavily that we have a look and see what it does, because I wanted to be sure. Okay. Alright, so we've got ourselves the first of the camels beginning to make its way out across the map, looking to inflict doom, pain upon its enemy. It's not in the desert, but we'll allow it. Horseman now coming out as well for Puppypaw. So despite not opening up with the Hippodrome, we do see cavalry out of the Byzantines early on here. Now, meanwhile, back over towards that east side, the stable is coming up for Anotand, so probably going to be looking to play into a typical combo that we see, though we do see an archer in queue for him, which is interesting, to say the least. An archer coming out on the defense. Harassment over towards the gold vein.
So I'm just looking back at the previous series that we've seen, because Anotand is very familiar with the components, I guess, of this matchup. In the previous series, Anotand did have a game with Byzantines. He was up against the Mongols, and then he also played against the Ayyubids. Did he? Or am I confusing? No, that's Lucifron that played Ayyubids against Puppypaw. Okay, I have it now together. So, both of these players have faced these specific civilizations. And one of the things that we've seen in the Anotand set is that Limitani were just so difficult to break. We don't have any of those from Puppypaw just yet, but he's already walling off the flanks. So, if he continues that level of walling, he should be able to... Ooh, that's a nice villager pick out there, but the camel is trapped. He cannot run away. Villagers are body blocking. That's an expensive loss for a villager.
It is, but I still think you'd take it every single day of the week.
Probably.
Yeah. Alright, well, yes, the key difference for the Byzantines is always, it feels like the longbows. Whether or not you can stop the longbows, and if you can, then normally you'll be okay. And if you can't, then normally it's GG. So we'll be keeping an eye out on exactly how Puppypaw looks to play this, whether or not he goes into longbows, or whether he goes into something a little bit different, though I suspect I know which way it's going to go. Horseman numbers looking strong for both players here, and indeed it is going to be longbows for Puppypaw today. He does want to win. Plenty of eco upgrades as well for both players. Have a look at this. Wheelbarrow on both sides, horticulture coming in on both sides, and double broadaxe for Anotand. So really trying to drive the economy home in this game.
Yeah, it's a very tech-heavy game for him, which I understand when you consider that longbows take quite some time to arrive. They get trained in batches. They are also fairly slow, so it takes some time to walk across the map. It actually gives a lot of time here for Anotand to just do whatever he wants economically. And at the same time, remember, he's got all the blacksmith upgrades. So these fights are actually very good for him. A second villager pick comes in, make it 3. Such a good start for our yellow player.
Yeah, Anotand having a very nice start here, taking away those 3 vills. Of course, there are mitigating factors, like Puppypaw's got the cisterns that are going to provide nice coverage to those villagers, but at the same time, it still hurts a lot, and you don't want to be losing units. We now start to see, in the middle of the map, Puppypaw defending against these horsemen, but there's quite a few of them that are starting to come out now. The longbow's going to start running. Not something that you normally like to do with longbows. Run them, lose them. They're quite slow, these units, so you do have to be cautious about fighting with them. Now, another horseman raid towards the south. Look at these two. These guys are just going at it today, Lidicore.
That's a very nice retaliation out there by Puppy, and much needed. He was down 3 villagers. Obviously, cisterns help a lot, but do keep in mind, eco upgrades came in sooner for Anotand as well. And these walls will help so much here for Puppypaw to just contain this move. Anotand was looking to swing around, but he cannot get past those walls. Gets spotted immediately. Does kill a horseman, though, and in terms of destroyed value, you get the sense that Anotand has been kind of leading in this game. I feel like it's 700 against 600, but it felt like it is a lot more beneficial for Anotand so far.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. You can see, still behind the base, Puppypaw is here, but do note Anotand is continuing to siege down that wall back towards the base of Puppypaw, so he'll be through soon, and there are definitely some villagers in awkward spots that can be challenged here, that is for sure, but he's not going to go through. Idle time again on the berry bushes, as we've got horsemen chasing horsemen. Big migration of villagers as well. I don't think that got spotted out by Puppypaw. Longbow number is building. He's sitting at 9 longbows at the moment. Another set of longbows in queue as well. The number starting to build here for Anotand. He's got 12 archers out on the field now with 3 more in queue. So really looking to try and tie it all together. A very aware, hyper aware of the fact that the longbow mass needs to be threatened. So he's got dual threat against that longbow mass as well. Horsemen, obviously one way. The second way going to be those archers. Archers are a pretty effective counter against longbows as long as you've got a number advantage. And he's got both a number advantage on the horseman and the archer front. So he's ticking 2 boxes there.
He also has the blacksmith upgrade advantage. And that's a big difference maker. Having that extra melee attack is immensely helpful in the horseman v horseman fights. And it looks like Anotand is thinking about aging up the Castle Age here. Once again swings in, and that's so many of the red horsemen going down. Look at that. It's like 4 dead bodies against just 1.
Yeah, but there's a nice little find back here. Archers getting caught out of position. A lot of horsemen doing work. But you're not wrong. Those upgrades definitely feel very, very good so far for Anotand in this game. Anotand now.
Advancement on the way.
Mm-hmm. Looking for that quick age up. So not only is it faster, but it's cheaper. Because it's cheaper, it is also technically faster because you've got the resources sooner. So it just works on 2 different levels.
And do keep in mind, again, he's going to leverage those free blacksmith upgrades here. So the moment he gets up to Castle Age, he's going to get an immediate boost to this army, which makes it much, much more difficult for Puppy to just commit to a dive. He's going to face an army that is instantly stronger than his, even before the veterancy upgrades come in.
Wait, does Master Smiths also include, like, subsequent age techs as well? I didn't realize that it did. I thought it was only the age that you aged up in.
It doesn't? Okay, then it's better.
Right.
I stand corrected. It's not something that you see every day, to be honest.
I think you see it quite a bit in recent meta, Lidicore, but it's been years since we've casted together, so it's forgivable that we may not have intimate familiarity with these mechanics. We'll do our best to try and catch up, though, so apologies. Golden Horde Tower now coming up as well for Puppypaw. So both players looking to age up. Going in the back of the base. Sitting on a decent number of longbows, 14, but still obviously nothing too crazy just yet. Horseman chased away. Advantage still sitting with Anotand. So, I mean, 13 minutes have gone by so far, Lidicore. Who's got the advantage here?
I like Anotand's position a lot more. At the end of the day, even without the free blacksmith upgrades as we've discussed, he actually had a huge resource bank when he reached Castle Age. He had over 1,000 gold, so he has the upgrades already coming in. Puppypaw is going to arrive to Castle Age with a much smaller resource bank.
Yeah, we get veterancy and +2 range timer coming through right now for Anotand. Age up about to arrive for Puppy. He's got enough in the bank for 1 upgrade, so probably looking for mercenary contracts is probably going to be it. Let's have a look and see which way he goes. Yeah, so he's picked up the additional veterancy contract right there for the contract units. All right. Horsemen everywhere right now. We got raids on both sides happening. Villagers just tanking it up. I love the fact that they're just standing there and just taking it. Just like a man in a boxing ring. Just punching and just taking all the punches.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's 5 villager kills for Anotand, just 1 on the other side. So there is a slight villager lead for Anotand. Of course, that does not take into account the level 5 cistern that we have for Puppypaw. Still, archers are now moving in, and the longbows are generally slower than these archers, so it's going to be difficult to pull these all back. Plus, a couple of camel lancers come in, and that is where it gets ugly for Puppypaw. Camel lancers are just impossible to counter with either horsemen or longbows.
Yeah, that was the big thing I saw as soon as we had this big fight starting to come, was those camel lancers. How do you deal with these camel lancers in this situation? The timing here from Anotand is absolutely immaculate. He's been able to leverage that extra blacksmith upgrade early on to guarantee he's got a small advantage when it comes to the military numbers, and now he's overwhelming the army of Puppypaw completely. Underneath the town center, the longbow is able to repel the cav for the moment, but have a look at the damage that's being done. 14, 15, 16 villager kills already this game. The economy count is starting to fall.
It is a disaster here for Puppypaw. Good dive by Anotand. The camel lancers chased away the army. The archers just teed off on the villagers. A lot of idle time, but more importantly, 15 villagers killed at the end of that engagement. And that is exactly what Anotand needed. Now he's got a very convenient eco lead. And you just see why camel lancers are so dangerous. They move quickly. They are a good all-purpose unit. They're armored, so they will deal with the archers. They counter cavalry. So it's a high-mobility, tanky unit that can do a lot of damage against most other units. It's just so difficult to counter without spearmen.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? There's a distinct lack of Londinium. They're now starting to come out for Puppypaw, but it feels like maybe he could have stayed a little bit longer in Feudal Age and just got a couple of them out. But we'll never know exactly how it goes down. Longbow's now starting to become the target of this cavalry, and I feel like once the longbow mass gets thinned, it's going to be very difficult for Puppypaw to pull this one back, especially considering that villager count. More than 20 villagers the difference between these two players now. Puppypaw going to do everything he can to try and keep it together.
Anotand is now just pedal to the metal. He was essentially sending in camels one by one. He's just spamming these in and trying to cause even more eco disruption, and he's doing just that. Look at all the villagers falling here. 23 eco kills as compared to just 1 on the other side.
Yeah, that's a massive difference. And, you know, at this level, you got to keep in mind, these players are good, but the difference between them is not enough to overcome 23 eco difference. Is massive. Well, I mean, at the moment, it's 21, because, yeah, we've got idle time and all that kind of stuff, but it is a massive difference. All right, single camel makes its way to the corner, just doing a little bit of a run around for the moment. Anotand, though, where does he go from here? I would suspect you probably just look to double down and mass up military. You've impacted the enemy so much.
Ooh. This is exactly what Puppypaw needs if he wants to come back into this game. He needs to cut into that eco lead that Anotand has. It's just going to be so difficult because the camel lancers can chase you down and they counter your cataphracts.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult to want to make cataphracts here. He's got 1 out, 1 remaining, but there's no more in queue. And I suspect it's probably going to be that way for this game. It can be difficult to justify. Okay, we've got veterancy coming through on the Londinium. So he's recognized, hey, Londinium, we kind of need it in this situation. Definitely a smart move for him to do.
I wonder how much of this, from Puppypaw, the fact that he's staying in this game, how much of that is the fact that this is a final decider, and as we discussed, final ticket to London, you're really not going to go down unless it's truly over? And how much of that is actually thinking that this game can still be turned around at an eco deficit of 20?
He might not realize the eco deficit is that bad. And I think that's one of the hard things about when you're playing is like, you know, you'll know, okay, I sent roughly 15 vills over there and now there's only 3, but you don't know how many vills you lost. You just know it feels bad. And whereas like we can see the numbers and we're like, no, it's more than feels bad. Like you're missing a leg, sir. You're going to need to get yourself checked after this one. Like that, it feels really bad. It's I'm curious as well what the mindset is. Does he think that there's a chance that he can get back into it? I mean, he is playing the Byzantines. There's a chance. Alright, relics stolen away. He's got one in the hand, one in the bank. 3 still on the field at the moment. One of which is quite safe. The other 2 still somewhat contested. Cataphract up towards the north. Poor slow unit. Just going to get chased down by everything else. It'll get chased down by trebuchets, that poor thing.
Now, it must be said, Puppy is up to 25 Limitani. And these guys absorb a lot of arrow fire. And Anotand is very heavily leaning towards Camel Lancers and Archers. So, with proper micro, Anotand should be able to hold this, but he really cannot just charge in with all of his forces and expect to retain most of those Camel Lancers. He does have a quicker army, though, so he's definitely giving a chase here.
Let's see how it turns out for him. Lament going to turn around, seeing if they can pincer. They get 1 in the pincer, and what is that micro that's going on right there? He's really just forcing them in. He reckons he's got the number advantage, and he's just going to go for it 100% down the middle. Camel Lancers fighting up against the Lenschneck and the Lamentinai, working hand-to-hand together, but there's a lot of archers here, and they're easily able to clear it out. All that's left, all that remain are those longbow on the back line, and now finally the Camel Lancers look to close the distance, close the gap, not able to find the connection, fall back away from it, but the advantage definitely feels like it's not really in favor of either player. I mean, obviously we know Anotand's got that 20 villager advantage, and that's going to naturally eke itself out over time, but didn't look convincing this most recent fight, Litter.
This is a fight that you wouldn't have taken if you didn't have a 20 villager lead. The Camel Lancers stood way too long into the Spearmen, and there were quite a few casualties out there. In fact, if you look at the destroyed value, Puppypaw is very much in the lead in that regard. But obviously, when you factor in the fact that you're up 20 villagers, you're up 3 relics plus 1, a sacred site coming in as well, you can be a little bit more aggressive with these fights and just say, listen, I have an easier time replenishing my losses than you do.
Yeah, really good point. And it means that the next fight's probably going to be quite a bit harder for Puppypaw, but we'll see how he does it. At the moment, with regard to the resource count, Puppypaw is still quite a bit behind Anotand with the numbers, though interestingly, Anotand is just gathering up a whole bunch of wood. 1.3k wood per minute, so maybe looking at doing a farm transition. It's about that time when it starts all happening, so expect to see that. Chasing down the Cataphract here as well. At least trying. 2 Cataphracts going down.
I'll make it 3. And that's the problem with the Cataphract in this situation. The Camel Lancers will absolutely slaughter them. And Anotand's cost efficiency with these mini skirmishes have really been good so far.
Alright, well it's going to be all 5 relics going over to Anotand today. We haven't really been too focused on it, and I guess that's primarily because, well, there hasn't really been much of a discussion. Even though Puppypaw goes in for the Grand Winery, he starts off with a religious potential focus, doesn't eventuate, doesn't manage to find any relics this game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest. His map control is very, very limited, and I think right now he's just hoping for survival. Now, a margin of 20 villagers in early Castle Age is much smaller than a margin of 20 villagers in late Castle Age. So, as the game goes on, this gap is actually going to become smaller and smaller, relatively speaking. And I think that's what Puppypaw is hoping for. That we reach a point where you can essentially catch up in terms of villagers. Until then, it's going to be a miserable game, but that's the hope right now for Puppypaw.
The other thing to note, though, is that every minute that goes on, you're 20 villagers behind your opponent, right? Like, it's not like that's going away. Like, I definitely agree that, yes, the gap is getting smaller, but the gap is still staying the same, if that makes sense. Like, as a percentage, the gap is getting smaller, but it's still... You're still 20 vils behind. It's still hurting. Like, could you imagine where he would be right now if he hadn't lost 20 vils? It would be all over Red Rover right now. To think that he's doing this well down 20 vils? That's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy. Alright, we got farm transition slowly coming in towards the front of the base. Longbows looking to tee off on some crossbows and the archers, finding some decent connections. And now picking off the Camel Lancers as well. I love the fact that he didn't even didn't even flinch in the face of danger like that. Just stood the line and said, no, we're just gunning. We're going straight for it.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think you have anything to be afraid of if you're Puppypaw here. This is a game that's going really bad in terms of the eco count. It's almost like you're throwing a Hail Mary and hope that something sticks. And maybe it does. With the shield wall of the Limitani, you can actually absorb a lot of arrow fire here. An okay-ish trade, but do keep in mind he's kind of mid-map, and once the Limitani are gone, the Camel Lancers will jump this. So Anotand is playing a patient game here, picking off the Spearman, and he's going to soon jump this with the Cavalry.
Yeah, you can see him now working it down slowly. Limitani still here. He's got plenty of them remaining as well, still sitting at 15. But yeah, the real issue is those longbow numbers. The longbow mass maintains. It's at 28. If the longbows are alive, well, so is it victory. More units chasing away the Camel Lancers here as they to try and penetrate through the base. It's obviously a lot of layers to get through.
I think Puppy wants a second BC, just looking at his wood and stone count. And that would be a great way to come back economically. He would still need to create some kind of a diversion like this, though. Hasn't dropped the DC yet. A lot of the Camel Lancers are low HP, though, and that has to be said. A lot of these guys are falling for the Spearmen. A lot of them took damage, and as their longbows are retreating, they're getting cleaned up. So these are some costly engagements for Anotand as well. And it's not like he's got a huge food bank. In fact, his food income is actually smaller than that of Puppypaw.
Yeah, that's a good point to make. The fact that despite Puppypaw being down 25 vils, he's losing more vils, by the way. Don't look, because he's not. But despite that fact, he's still up on the food count. But we now start to see more and more Camel Lancers arriving to the front, just giving him a little smack, saying, "Get on out of here! Get on out of here!" 25 longbows at the moment for Puppypaw. It feels like Anotand's starting to look a little bit stronger, though. At least a little bit. He's positioning a little bit stronger.
He should be. He's sitting on 5 relics and a 30 villager elite, so that is the expected outcome. I love how he's just walling off the whole map and saying, listen, I'm not going to give a chance for Puppypaw to just hit my economy when I'm not looking and offset that ego differential.
I was kind of wondering what those walls were all about. Just straight through the middle of the map. I'm like, what is going on here? But I guess that makes a little bit more sense now that we see it. Alright, army for Puppypaw crosses the middle of the map line. It has been designated by Anotand. Says, this is my side. You shan't come across that line. He's not listening.
With these walls going up, Puppypaw is playing a more and more dangerous game because he's genuinely in the danger of getting trapped eventually. If he crosses those walls and there is only a narrow escape path, he could easily get surrounded. For now, there is still a nice opening to the south, but that might not remain like that for long.
Yes, yeah, that's a really good point. He's going to look to commit to it right here, right now. Varangian Guard moving up. Looking to try and tank up a bit more damage. There's 10 crossbows out at the moment. Not a huge amount, but enough. Together with the Camel Lancers. Longbow's going to continue kiting. He's at 28 longbows on the count. Getting picked off by the archers. Good control coming out from Anotand. Just focusing down with his own archers on the enemy longbows. Just making sure they go down one by one. Exactly how they should.
Not a lot of armor-piercing power here for Anotand, though. He only has 6 Camel Lancers. He's got 14 crossbows, but this army does not have very many of them. And the Varangians and the Cataphracts are actually pushing this back nicely. Anotand was a little late starting to add armor-piercing units.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where all of a sudden Puppypaw is looking even stronger here. Where is the armor-piercing coming out from Anotand? He's got 15, 18 crossbows out now, so that's a decent number. As long as they're all here and as long as they combine, he'll be okay. But the further he dives away from the longbows, the harder it gets. Longbows continue moving up. You can see the beautiful control coming out from Anotand, just constantly kiting, always moving away. Thumbs on the front line here. Awkwardly positioned. And now Puppypaw is overextended. 29 minutes into this first game, and Puppypaw goes, you know, I have lost 30 vills this game. God, it's crazy to think that he's lost 30 villagers this game, but it's still just, it It doesn't look like it, does it?
Well, it kind of does when you look at the overall population. I feel like he was looking for a Hail Mary here, hoping that he gets the villagers in the crossfire. Now, this one is a good one. The villagers are running the wrong way. But it's mostly just spearmen, so how many villagers can you actually kill? That's the question. Either way, he was giving a chase to that army, hoping he catches a couple of villagers in the crossfire, hoping to pick off some of the crossbows, but it did not come together. Anotand now has enough crossbows to stall this army.
Yeah, it's a lot of crossbows that are out here. He's got that perfect combination, the archers, the crossbows, and just something, a little something to help keep them alive on the front line. Some camel riders. Now able to pick them off. We start to hear sacred sites being capped up as well. Anotand with a hell of an economy right now.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Puppy tried to just push the eco here, but he did not expect the crossbows to be nearby. Loses another couple of cataphracts. Anywhere you look, it's Anotand winning these small skirmishes now. Yep,
I was going to say the exact same thing. It just feels like he's everywhere on this map right now. All of the different spots that Puppypaw is trying to push and prod, Anotand is just meeting him. Alright, back towards the Byzantine base. We check in with Puppypaw. Farm transition is looking good. He's got a lot of food per minute that's coming through. I mean, economy is still not that bad, honestly. Even though he's down 30 vills, it still looks like it's manageable. Like it's...
You've got a point. When you look at the resource income per minute, it's not like your opponent has a 50% advantage compared to yours. And I think a lot of that comes down to the olive oil passive generation, which is obviously a big thing. And the cisterns as well. And olive oil is part of the reason why he's able to feed longbows into these fights. Oh, but these are things that Puppypaw cannot afford to let happen. He's already down too much. He literally needs to play a mistake-free game at this point to have any chance of coming back.
Yes, very much. It's very troublesome, though, when these archers keep sneaking into your damn bloody base. But now we check in. You can see Puppypaw finally, after losing 33 vills, is like, do you think it's time that we got textiles? Should we increase the health of our villagers, or is 50 enough?
What for at this point? You've lost way too many anyways.
That's a great point, Lidicor. What more could there be to lose?
Well, both of them are trying to go Imperial. Obviously, Anotand with the stronger economy, he is going to be the one picking up first, but Puppypaw is thinking about the same thing, and really with 60 villagers, imping while also taking a lot of fights, that's not easy.
Alright, well, he's going for it, and opting for growth. I don't know exactly what happened there, but his age up just boosted a huge amount. But yeah, he'll be looking to pick up some villagers, an extra little bit of gather rate, and have a look at this. Puppypaw just matching it. As I said, I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know where he's pulling these numbers from, but I'm not going to question him. 65 villagers against 99. 13 vills on the age up for the Palatine School. Checking back in on the south.
This is a very interesting choice, by the way, landmark-wise. So many games have instead featured the Foreign Engineering Company. But instead, we're seeing a Palatine School. And what's interesting about it is that the buff that you get from this building is that anytime you make a unit, you have a 30% chance of also spawning a unit. Well, it only applies to Limitani, Varangians, and Cataphracts, but still. For a player that's behind economically, that is a huge boost. The 1 in 3 chance of doubling down on a unit for free is impressive.
Are there any units in this situation that you want to make, though, that you can get that bonus from? Realistically?
He's been making Limitani. He's been making Cataphracts. And it's free anyways, so I guess the answer is yes.
Yeah, but you got to kind of buy the rolls, though, right? Like, it's free, but you've also got to pay for a Cataphract, or 3 Cataphracts every time to get one for free. Yeah, so...
He's going heavy on the Limitani, though.
Yeah, I think it can just make sense to just spam them out as much as you can and just hope you get good rolls. Age up about to come through here for Anotand. Both players now in Imperial Age, 34 minutes into this game. Got ourselves a marathon of a first game. Making it all the way, all the distance. Elite upgrades now starting to come through for these players. Elite crossbowmen. Elite contracts on the way. And of course, infantry support. You can't forget that one.
This is a big power spike for Anotand, by the way. He still has a much better economy. And because of that, he's able to squeeze in a lot of upgrades early on. Puppypaw needs to kind of delay a lot of the upgrades because he simply cannot afford all of them.
Yeah, we can see him with only one upgrade in at the moment. How's he doing with regard to gold? You know, normally in games like this, the hardest part is going to be gold control. And he's still got the single gold vein up towards the north, so this is something to be aware of.
Well, that's a
800 gold left on it. Yes. Sorry about that one, guys. I have cursed him. There's also this gold vein towards the south.
I think the bigger problem is that there's a sacred site countdown going on. So not only does he have to find a way to, you know, stabilize, he also needs to try and break out of his base and decap one of those sacred sites, assuming that Anotand even gives a chance for him to do that, because right now Anotand is pushing his base with a full Imperial army.
Yeah, it's a big army. It's fully upgraded. He's got biology coming through at the moment, but even then, I don't think he really needs it. His numbers are looking so damn good, so damn convincing. Whole bunch of longbows up towards this top side. Nothing to protect them, nothing to defend them. Lament Knight out of position, trying to cover, trying to screen, but horsemen from the north managed to come through and distract each of the camel riders. +3 range attack coming through as well for Anotand. As a first game in this series, this is looking very good for Anotand. He's just been performing very well. Now these longbows going to be the victim in this game. Horsemen do make the connection. The kiting continues. Constantly pulling away. More camels riding in towards that north side. Force back the horsemen. Now Puppypaw starting to struggle with regard to numbers.
Yeah, off the back of this, he lost another dozen villagers with a couple of camel lancers swinging south. This wasn't the full army of Anotand. He sent a couple down south where the gold miners were. It's 54 eco kills against 7. I don't think this eco differential is something that Puppy can really come back from.
I don't know, Litter. I'll be real with you, man. I think he could lose another 40 villagers and he'd still somehow be able to keep up, and we'd be wondering where is he getting all these units from? He's got no economy. It's all right. Doesn't matter. He somehow is just spawning them in out of thin air. But now it's starting to look pretty final. Yes, it's starting to look pretty final at this point. Anyway, there it is. Game number 1 going over to Anotand on the Ayyubids. It was an absolute marathon event. The Puppypaw finally tapping out after, well, there was quite a bit of villager losses in that game, weren't there? Look at that economy count. Look how sad that is. Look how long he held on for, Lidicor.
Yeah,
that one big
I don't know
attack.
I don't know whether he misjudged the deficit that he was in, or perhaps he believed in the strength of the Byzantines, or perhaps he was just playing for attrition. Either way, when it's all said and done, obviously the key moment in this game was that 15-16 minute window where all of a sudden a dozen villagers went down from Puppypaw, and anything that came after was just a consequence of that. The fact that Anotand had a stronger force going into Castle, the fact that he was able to leverage 5 relics off the back of that, it just felt like a snowball started rolling at minute 15 and it never stopped.
Yeah, I feel exactly what you're feeling. That one key fight where a lot of the villagers all went down, I mean, it was just so hard to come back after that. Once those villagers have gone, then it's just, yeah, just makes it very, very difficult. But we see a nice little surround there, an early highlight where he traded out the villager. Just constant pressure from Anotand, incredibly well played in this game.
Well. We have a matchup on our hands, Ozzy. We go to a traditional competitive map, Kawasan. And we are going to have the Lancaster versus the Knights Templar. That is not a matchup I expected to see today.
Wow. These civilizations were the last pick, basically the last picked. I mean, English was the last picked on the side of Puppypaw, but I think prior to that, it was literally the second last pick, the Knights Templar, for Puppy. So, very, very interesting to see. Kawasan, our first water map for the game, or for the day, rather. First real one.
Yep, fair enough, although Kawasan is always a tricky one in that regard. You look at Kawasan as this is a water hybrid map, but it's fundamentally different from most others. There is much, much more emphasis on early dock denial and harassment than in the case of, let's say, Holy Island.
Right, yeah. That's exactly it. We've seen some games on Kawasan go for 8-9 minutes in Feudal Age. Oh, sorry, in Dark Age, rather. So, there is the potential that we could just see a really nice, long Dark Age. I'm kind of hopeful for it. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, the two sniped-out civilizations. We have the Juicy Legacy on the side of Anotand, and we have the Tulklag Dynasty on the side of Puppypaw getting sniped out there. So, those civilizations going to come back eventually today, perhaps. But so far, I mean, that was a tough game from Anotand right there. He was relentless with the way that he played. But by the same token, it felt like the economy for Puppypaw was just monstrous. Kind of glad Puppypaw didn't win that game. Because if he did, it just wouldn't have felt fair.
All right, we got 50 seconds left to go here. And, you know, we talked about this, Ozzy. The dominoes are starting to fall. Interesting to see. I'm so curious about the whole Lancaster and Knights Templar pick here. Both of them were very late picks. In fact, Anotand's very last pick was the House of Lancaster. So I wonder how much of this is oh, I like this civilization for this map, or it's I just want to get this out of the way type of a situation. Because
it very much could be that case where it's just like, you know what? I don't even want to play this map, or I don't even want to. It's just, yeah.
You don't have
my
to
House
play
of
every civilization that you picked, but still, I just feel like if Lancaster was sniped away from him, he says, "Oh, Jushi is a great civilization for this map." If Jushi gets sniped, which is the obvious choice, he's just going to get one of his less preferred civilizations out of the way, I guess. But here we go. We're heading into game number 2. Once again, it is the decider for the final qualifiers for Red Bull Wololo, Londinium, Puppypaw, with the color red to the north. And down south, we have Anotand playing as the House of Lancaster in yellow. Now, what we have here in front of us is one of the most traditional competitive maps of modern age vampires. Kawasan originally came from AoE 2, in fact. Was one of the early new-gen maps that made its way into the Red Bull pool quite early. And it's one of those maps that really gets carried over to AoE 4 as well. It's one of those maps where the dynamics of the map and the way it plays out is actually very similar between the two games. And guess what? Kawasan provides exciting games on both AoE 2 and AoE 4, and that's part of the reason why it's a frequent visitor to Red Bull map pools. Of course, early game, it's going to be a race for the sheep. I don't know if we can show you the amount of sheep that we have for Puppy and Anotand. Puppy currently on 9. Anotand having a slightly better haul, but there is still way more to go. Nice little tucked away gold mine at the backside for both of these players, by the way. Both players spawning with a very well defensible base. Easy to wall, forests on the front, and the gold mine tucked away at the back. Very, very nicely defendable for both of these players. Easy walls, as our observers are pointing out to us. It's going to be an Abbey of Kings opening here for Anotand, though. No Dark Age dock for him. And it's going to be a Knights Hospitaller pick for Puppypaw. No docks in Dark Age either for him. And I'm apparently being told by production, I did not know this, it is Kawasan with 1S in AoE 2 and Kawasan with 2S in the middle for AoE 4. So it's a little fun fact, I guess, about the map. But it's a nice Hospitaller opening here for Puppypaw. Here comes the first villager, and he's going to go for the further away dock. So one of the key decision points when you play Kawasan is which pond do you dock? There is, first off, the map can spawn in two ways. You either have a pond close to you and one that's further away, or you spawn equidistant to the two ponds. In the spawn that we have right now, where you have a closer and a further pond, there's a big decision point of which of the ponds you will dock. Anotand goes for his own pond, whereas Puppypaw is willing to contest his opponent's pond over here, moving up with this villager. Age-up's complete. Still a couple of sheep to be collected by either of these players, as we have the king on the way from the abbey. What is a key question is whether that dock from Puppypaw gets scouted, and with the scout coming its way, indeed, Anotand was expecting a potential aggressor on this pond. He's going to know that the dock is coming his way, so he should start considering some combat ships, although it must be said, no one actually has a fishing boat on these docks, so it's not like you're going to lose your fishing eco if your opponent just pops out a galley.
But we do see another dock coming up in the North Litter Core. That means that there could be the potential for a little bit of uncontested fishing, which is the best kind of fishing that there is. Alright, well, how are we doing on action so far? Interestingly, no 10-minute Dark Age, at least not yet. And I assume with both players aged up, that's probably not going to be the case here today. We do see, at the very least, just a single galley out on the water for the moment. Anotand just being chilling, just minding his own business, not really doing anything here. I mean, he's got the second pond that he can play with, so does he really even need to contest this pond? We'll have to wait and see exactly what the play is going to be. Plenty of sheep at the moment as well, as we've got the Lord now beginning to move up towards the north. Fishing boat is out. Check in with the south side. And once again, that galley just sitting uncontested. So I think very much it could be a classic case of just sitting there, just waiting, forcing to see any enemy troops coming out. But at the moment, it doesn't seem the case. It's just going to be a slow and steady push. Fire ship also going to be coming out, demo ship rather, going to be coming out here for Puppypaw and just sitting here on standby. So already when we think about the amount of resources that Puppypaw's had to put into this pond, sure, he's secured it and he knows he's secured it, but it's come at a cost. Whereas Anotand has just been rather uncontested in that north pond, at least for the moment. We could potentially see something else coming out. And I'm kind of thankful that he's done this because I don't know, but one of the things I often find with water maps especially is that players, I shouldn't say players, but it can be a little bit, it can get a little bit boring when players are fighting on the water and they're only really fighting on the water. But a map like this is a very nice combination, but take a look at what we've got here. We've got the Lord in the north doing his best to try and prevent the pilgrims from pilgriming, from committing pilgrimage. Let's just call it, let's just say it that way. He's going to give up on the chase, though. Maybe he'll make the next one, next connection. Have to wait. We'll have to take a look. Archery range coming up as well. And we can see, indeed, there's a galley that has come out for Anotand on this north side. So, interestingly, Anotand taking that north pond. We've got Puppypaw taking the south pond. Both ponds are a little bit further away than what they're not. It's not the close ponds that both of them are taking. Barracks interestingly cancelled, but then resumed. Now, for the age up, it looks like we've got the Templar Knights that have come through. The Knights Templar. Sorry, Knights Hospitaller is the correct way to pronounce that. There we go. So we'll be keeping an eye out and see whether or not we get any of those down. Back towards that top side. Finally, it looks like some hobblers coming out to help assist in the execution of these pilgrims. Definitely the way to do it. What do you reckon, Liticor? How many more pilgrims will we see go down this game? Will they make it to their final pilgrimage destination?
It's going to be a challenge, that is for sure. Anotand has shown a very good map presence across the board. That has been a theme ever since we've started watching his games today. Both in the Beastie series and this one. He's always been very good when it comes to map control and harassment.
Yeah, he has been an absolute standout in that regard. But now we start to see those Hospitaller Knights rising to the occasion. Up to 2 now. They've got an archer in the back to give them a little bit of assistance, but so far, so good. Hobbler's not really going to be able to do much, but the Lords will definitely do quite a bit more. Is he? He's just going after the archers with the Hobblers. Definitely the right call there. So, uncontested on the water, on the south, and on the north. Both players just allowing each other free reign of their respective waters, and just committing all resources to land, which is the way I like to see it, Liticor. You know, I was mentioning that just earlier, the fact that I much prefer it when players don't fight on the water. They just give each other a pond each and call it a day, and then they go fight on the land with all the extra food.
Yeah, that's oftentimes how Kawasan ends up playing out. The amount of fish you have on that pond actually does not justify an insane amount of combat for the water. There is a point where, as the aggressor, you actually spend more resources on contesting the pond than you're actually denying with it. So, yes, in many ways, at the end of the day, oftentimes players just settle for their own respective ponds. Though, as the game goes on, sometimes you see that change and players are like, oh, maybe now my opponent won't be watching and I can do some eco damage.
Have a look at these walls that are coming up inside the base of Puppypaw. He's got a beautiful ring of walls around the east side of his base. Big opening towards the south and the west. Pilgrim once again going to get caught out. You know, we're calling out. Even the wolf is getting on the action. Get him! The wolf is really going for that Pilgrim as well. Wasn't much damage, but it's... Yeah, look at him go. He got a couple of yanks on that right there. That must have been at least 9 damage that we saw. I think either way it was probably going to go down without the wolf's assistance, but it was good that the wolf was getting on board. Wolf is just here dishing out damage constantly. Look at this little guy. Another wolf. Another day. Don't worry. In the next patch, I've heard rumors that they're just going to remove wolves completely. I'm looking forward to it. But both players now with walls coming up. Interesting walls as well. White Tower going to be going down for Anotand. Puppypaw's still quite a bit of a way before he's aging up. Yeah, have a look at these walls. See how they're all walled towards the back of the base? Just keeps the front open. Don't know how I feel about it.
It's an awkward wall. It's a very conservative, so it was probably just built based on the fact that he did not want to risk any villagers out there, but he could have walled more so from the forest all the way to the, I guess, southwest to secure that little corner, but I'm sure that's going to change eventually.
Bro, get him. Get him.
No. You cannot lose a villager to a wolf in a pro tournament.
Can. Absolutely. This wolf is this wolf, he's been taking names all game, and he is going to continue. You watch and see. He's sitting on... He's got more kills collectively than Puppypaw does this game. That wolf.
I don't think that's a nice thing to say.
Sorry. I don't make the facts up. Facts, what do they say? What do they say about feelings and facts? Something? I can't remember. Facts don't care about your feelings, Liticor. That's the one. I mean, I'm starting to build up, though, for Puppypaw. It's going to go with the Kingdom of Castile.
It's only 40 seconds for him to age up, so it's not going to take very, very long. And one thing we have to talk about, Ozzy, is the manor count for Anotand. We don't really see much of that, and that's, I think, one of the key elements of this game. There is really just one manor for him to play with.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, he's got a very centralized economy. So, you know, the way that this provides that buff is just going to be assisting those nearby villages. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see him add in a couple more as he begins to explore out or begin to venture out. All right, we'll check in on the side of Puppypaw now. The age of about to come through, so Kingdom of Castile is the way that he's gone. Now looking to pick up that next set of migrants, sorry, pilgrims coming through. I can't believe I just called them migrants, sorry. I meant pilgrims. Gosh. Plenty of units out here. Have a look at the size of this. The amount of fishing boats that we've got out here. This is ridiculous. 21 fishing boats now for Puppypaw compared to the 12 of his opponent.
And that's a nice little eco boost. You talked about this. Oftentimes the players just settle for their own pawns, but how heavy you go on your pond is a different story, and he's been fishing like crazy. Do keep in mind, though, this is a double-edged sword. Even though Extended Lines is missing, which is probably a big loss, I guess. I think the key thing to point out is, if Anotand ever contests his pond, as good as these fishing boats look right now, you could lose your entire food eco in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yes, that is definitely a bit of an issue with the fishing boats, especially if you don't... what's the word? You don't taper them off. Like, you have to make sure that they don't all fall off at once, because if they do, you'll be in for a brutal shock. But we now start to see the Pilgrims taking quite a bit of damage here. That's the first one down. Second one going to be going down as well. The Wolf still in action. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Anotand putting a myth, a legend to rest, to bed, finally. Poor Wolf. That Wolf had done some work this game. You know, there was the first interaction it had, taking out the Pilgrim. Wololo down here towards the middle. Not going to find it. Not with that many ranged units around Litter.
It's interesting to see how heavy Puppypaw is going into the Genitors, though. I mean, I guess he is facing some archers over here, but he's got 10 Genitors out already, and this seems to be his composition. The mounted Javelineers sniping out the archers from afar, and they do have a huge range on them. Combine that with good mobility, and they're actually sniping out the archers very quickly.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job against the Yeomen. Obviously, they're doing that in point-blank range to the Knights, and yeah, they're going down slowly. But yeah, so far, pressure looks pretty decent here from Puppypaw. He's up a good amount of units compared to his opponent. A lot of that is Spearmen. Something that we don't really see out just yet, or at least on the screen just yet.
And those Spearmen have been notably missing. They've been being built up all the way home, and indeed, here they come, and boy, oh boy, their sticks look very pointy.
Yes, they've got some of the pointiest sticks. They don't necessarily point in one direction. There's a whole bunch of different ones. Just like, there's another civil... I think it's the Rus. The Rus have got these really weird spears that I struggle to call spears, but they are technically spears, so we have to, legally, we have to call them spears. But, yes. German number still quite low here at the moment. Still only single digits, but he's working on it. Economically, both players at 69 villages. I'd say nice, but the new meme is now the 6-7 one. Oh, dude. You know what's crazy is I've got a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old, and they both do the same meme. They learnt it at school. Oh, my gosh. Children. 6-7. 6-7. Sorry. All right, let's continue. Oh, gosh. The mass is building. Up to 10 crossbows now for Puppypaw. So he's definitely looking a little bit scarier, I will say. I like this composition that he's got, like the Genitor together with the crossbow spearmen. Like, this is a super cool combination when you think about it. Like, what is this really weak to other than mangonels, which everything is weak to?
It's a weird spin-off of the Malian Donzo Javelin build that we so frequently see, if you think about it.
Yeah.
And that is the same idea. Spearmen obliterate cavalry. They have a huge damage buff, but they're vulnerable to archers. So if you have a long-ranged anti-archer unit on your backline, you can just use the combination of those two as a very cost-efficient and very spammable composition. Now, the Genitors are slightly more expensive, and also it must be said, it's a little bit more difficult to mass-produce them than Javelin throwers for the Malians, but it kind of recreates that principle. And I think part of the reason why the Malians are so strong is because that composition is fairly challenging to deal with.
Yeah, it's a super cool combo. And I think historically we haven't seen a whole lot of it because Castile wasn't considered the strongest of age-ups, but obviously the times have changed, and now the Knight numbers, or rather the Hobbler numbers, looking pretty decent here for Anotand. Got plenty of cavalry out on the front line, but of course the Spearmen going to do incredibly well against this. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we see the Genitors just constantly teeing off on all of those Yeomen. There's so many Genitors out as well. They are cleaning up right now. That is definitely an intentional pun. Lords go down. The Knight number's still looking pretty strong here for Anotand today. He's still got 3 Knights out, but now the Spears are all making the connection, and all of a sudden Puppypaw thinks he might be in a good spot here. What do you reckon, Litter? think he might be too.
I'm surprised Anotand took that fight. It could be one of those things where you look at the janitors and you're like, okay, what do I do exactly with this? How many times have we seen this in a competitive tournament? We talked about this. Knights Templar are not the most frequent visitor to competitive events anyways, and Castille was non-existent for a long, long time in the competitive meta. So I almost wonder if this was kind of a story where you said, oh shoot, how do I even deal with this?
Yeah, it's well, as I said, I'm kind of curious exactly how you would, other than mangonels. I think mangonels are going to be the key component of it. They're always a little bit far away, mangonels, because even after you've got one out, it's like, yeah, I've only got one. I kind of need at least two. But then once you get to two, you're like, well, ideally I'd want three. And then once you start getting to 3 mangonels, that's when you start getting to a really good amount of damage.
I think heavy infantry could be the sweet spot, because if you have the heavy infantry, they will tank up a lot of the javelin fire out there, and that's part of the reason why crossbows are being mixed in by Puppypaw. I could see this heavy infantry oh, hello there, Mr. Demo. Wrong way. He could have gotten a very juicy one.
He's trying to find something. He can't find any connections, and he just whiffs in the end. He's like, yeah.
That looks like my internet provider. That's the kind of connection I have.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Demo ships now coming out onto the pond. It's time for a demo party. It's like an S-Club party, but there's just not as many women. Speed number continues to build. 23. 22 crossbows out, so he's maintaining this composition. 11 janitors. Now he's looking to contest this pond from the top side. Puppypaw slowly taking control back across this map.
Yeah, this is where the fight heats up for the pawns. It happens so frequently when one player feels like they're falling behind and they just have to cut into the enemy's eco somehow. They are going to hit the pawns. And now you see it on both sides. This is where you just obliterate your opponent's food eco in 2 minutes. Now, critically, it seems like Puppypaw is gaining the upper hand in that regard. He still has his own fishing pond, and on the other side, he's taking out everything that Anotand has.
Yeah, there's not much left over here, is there? It's just... It's all pretty much gone at this stage. So, I'm curious to see, how's Anotand's transition to farms going back in the base? I saw a couple of farms down there, but I'd love to get a bit of an update on exactly what that number sits at. I'm seeing 6, 7, 8... 6, 7, 6, 7... Far out, man. Those kids are so annoying. They've got no idea what it means. And quite honestly, I don't know what it means either. It's just so annoying. You can't... in my house, you're not even allowed to say numbers. You say numbers, and it's just going to result in your kids spamming that. Come on, chat. Let me see it. Let me see the memes.
This is getting nasty for Anotand here. His eco got cleaned up on the pond, so all of a sudden you're looking at a 20 eco deficit. He could easily compensate for that just by hitting this pond, and Puppypaw actually depleted all the fish in this pond. At least short fish, mostly gone. Deep fish, he doesn't have the ability to stack all of those units in there, and Anotand is trying to partially deny that pond with that Berkshire Palace that's going up. Great timing here by Puppypaw, though, to push this.
Yeah, whether or not the Berkshire gets up in time, Morville's going to get pulled. He's got 27, 31 that are working on it with a whole bunch more. Almost certainly it gets up. And with that, Anotand buys himself a lifeline in this game. But the question is, how much of a difference is it actually going to make?
Well, he's got a full age advantage, and you see the Berkshire has an insane range. And this is the difference between this game and the previous one. In the previous one, 20 eco difference is huge because you don't have the opportunity to hit the opponent's eco. Here, you can take out those fishing boats fairly quickly. Now, the challenge is that Anotand doesn't have a strong standing army that can just deal with this aggression inside his base. And Puppypaw knows that he just needs to go and destroy as much as he can right now.
Alright, well, the numbers continue to build here for Puppypaw. How does he deal with the Berkshire? Well, there's a couple ways that you can do it. Normally, it's going to be trebuchets that you need to deal with it. It's a bit of an awkwardly placed one as well on the side of, or for Puppypaw, just because when you're attacking into it, you're probably going to have to do it like, next to the pond. Makes the most sense.
I have the feeling that you just bypass it. what Puppypaw is doing right now is exactly what he has to. Just take out the production buildings and really hinder your opponent in not just making units, but also getting upgrades. When production buildings go down this fast, it's actually very difficult to get upgrades in because they just take too much time to get in. You would have to start at the ones at the back, but I don't think you even have any of those elite upgrades in for Anotand, but I might be wrong. Yeah, Veterancy, Earl's Guard, there's no elite upgrades just yet. The elite Earl's Guard is just now coming in.
Yes, it's taking some time, but it's arrived now. Still a pretty big advantage when it comes to military size here for Puppypaw. So as long as he doesn't go under that bark shield, he'll be okay.
He's gonna go Imperial. So that's the starting point. I love that he walled off all the flanks. He's actually walling off both flanks with the understanding that he can quickly capture the sacred sites and force his opponent's hand.
Yeah, well, speaking of sacred sites, we do start to see the monks moving across the map. Single relic here to potentially pick up. And all those Earl's Guards throwing off their daggers. Crossbows returning their fire. More and more crossbows joining in. It's got a really good size army now. 33 crossbows out here. A lot of this is just full infantry. Just only a handful of Janitors now. Doesn't really need them at this stage. Towards the base, though, we see stable going to be going up. So, yeah, obviously thinking about Imperial Age, isn't he?
I love the Kingdom of Poland. I think, honestly, I'm actually very sad that the Kingdom of Poland is not a standalone faction in this game, but kind of like a spin-off of the Knights Templar. But boy, oh boy, Slachta Cavalry is one of my favorite units out there. In general, I think Polish, the whole Polish line has a really good vibe to it.
Yeah, it's disappointing that they're not a full civilization yet, but yeah, it's one of the best cavalry units in the game by far. I think we can all agree with that.
It's a freaking tank, Ozzy.
Yes. Well, it's got so much going for it. That's the problem. Like, it's got really high base armor, it's got good movement speed, it's got the charge, it reduces damage of opponents that it attacks, it's got a health pool the size of the moon. It's incredible. It's just got so many good things. Fortress now going up in the center. Synchronized shot finally being researched here for Anotand. Now he's up to 18 yeomen, so this will give him a little bit more flexibility in these fights about how exactly he wants to play, whether or not he wants to skirmish or whether or not he wants to commit all in. Crossbows shutting down on that southern edge. Meanwhile, towards the north, it looks like the sacred site will be picked up here. 4 relics in favor of Anotand, 1 in favor for Puppypaw.
I was just gonna say that. Anotand, he has a smaller army right now. The villager counts are neck and neck, or worker counts, I should say. But he does have the manners, and he does have 4 relics, and really the relic count is what could make a major difference here. Because aside from that, the economies are fairly comparable, but you still have a fairly fragile army for Anotand. I think that's his concern. He's gonna have to deal with the Slachta Cavalry coming in. Plus, a bunch of men-at-arms apparently as well from Puppypaw. Puppy is going for a very, very premium and expensive army.
Yes, it's very much that way, isn't it? All of the excuse me. All of the yeomen that are in here. But now we've got ourselves quite a few walls beginning to come up, players working together to create as many hate symbols as they possibly can. Fortunately, they're going to be burning them all down before they even get built, which is a great thing to see. Plenty of spears over on this west side. Yeomen here to match. Looks like we've got even more raiding units up towards that top side. Gen 2 is now firing off.
Anotand really wants to prevent these walls from going up. He's actually setting down some counter walls to physically block the walls, because he knows fully well that the moment these walls are up, Puppypaw is going to have both sacred sites and a timer will start.
Yeah, and that's something that you really need to do your best to prevent from happening, because have a look at this army, just how big it is. Gosh. Why does this army feel and look so big? Now, interestingly, on the side of Anotand, we do actually have a Carrick that is in queue. 2 Carricks that are in queue. So he's thinking this could potentially be one of the ways that we could stay in this game.
He does have the Berkshire as well, and this might not be a good fight here for Puppypaw. Took a lot of damage from the initial volleys of the Yeoman. Berkshire Palace firing away as well. This looks like a bloody battle no matter which direction it goes.
Yeah, but the Polish cavalry is here. It's on the front. There's the Carrick finally arriving on that top side, here to provide the cover, the support that everybody needs. Well, I tell you what, they're probably going to need a little bit more than support from a Carrick as the demo ships do make a connection. Schlatter is going to back out of here. It says, we're not interested at the moment, but we'll be back here shortly. Don't worry. We'll be back soon.
A big battle here. I'm surprised that Puppypaw disengaged. I thought he was going to swing south and just go away from the water, try to hit the eco, but looks like he thought about that twice. Second TC is up for him now, so he's going to try to pull away economically. How many farms do we have, though? I think that's a good question here. For a long time, Puppy was on berries. Now he's on hunt. Obviously, fish is gone. I think we're getting to the stage where players still have to make a farm transition, at least to some extent.
Yeah, we start to see quite a few of them coming up now, and we've got 18 versus 10, so not really big farm numbers just quite yet.
10 farms at minute 30 is really low. It's very, very low. And that's going to slow down the game quite a bit, because the players just have to kind of set up for this. Carrick's shooting cannonballs into the enemy just reminds me of AoE 3, just to, you know, throw in an AoE 3 reference like you did before.
It does. It reminds me of that as well. Yes, it definitely takes me back. It's, I have a lot of good memories from Age of Empires 3 in the water. I don't know, I always felt the water in Age of Empires 3 was a bit more rock, paper, scissors than what AoE 4 is. Though AoE 4 is literally rock, paper, scissors. Yeoman firing off towards the back line. Front line now looking to defend. The Billman holding for this stage. Obviously the Schlatter cavalry are a very fearsome unit. We'll go with fearsome. And yet still he's able to just hold for the moment. Sacred Site timer is ticking though. Keep that in mind, Litter. You mentioned it earlier. A lot of these games, in fact both of these games so far, going all the way to Imperial Age.
I am worried about Anotand's ability to stop this Slakta Cav. It's 20 Cav now. He only has light units in here, and it's not an awful lot of spearmen, especially when you consider all the healing power that Puppypaw has as well.
Yeah, he's lost a couple of those lords, and now he's on the run, and this is where it starts to get really hard, those Schlatter cavalry. They're expensive, but incredibly efficient units when it comes to their population cost.
They are so badly hurt, though. Every single one of them is barely clinging onto life. And the Yeomen are trying to snipe them down. You can actually see Anotand pursuing and just trying to snipe out the weak ones, try to prevent that heal. That's exactly what he does, and this battle could swing very, very quickly once the cavalry is gone.
Yeah, Yeoman number's still looking pretty decent here. He's sitting at 24 at the moment, heading off towards the pack. Incendiary Arrows is through. And now that Carrick continuing to support on the shoreline. The double Carrick team working down all those troops, and a distinct lack of cavalry all of a sudden.
And it's huge for Anotand. He needs to decap this Sacred Site. The timer was down to 7:30, and his opponent was getting ready to fortify this position. Now the Sacred Site is going to get decapped right here. Buys a lot of time for Anotand. I wonder if Anotand is going to creep up with more static defenses to kind of just secure that Sacred Site for himself.
Yeah, it could definitely be the case. I mean, yeah, so far he's going to be able to neutralize it here. I think it definitely makes the most sense. I'm impressed with the position from Anotand. Honestly, it looked like at a couple of points in this game, he was really going to go down. Like the fight that happened right as the Berkshire was coming up, it looked almost certain that he was going to go down, but he managed to keep it together. Now he's fighting up against Schlatter cavalry.
That's a huge force, and that's a danger for Anotand. His far right is wide open. So if Puppypaw just says, hey, I'm not fighting your slow-moving composition right here, I'll just swing my cavalry to the right, he could easily wipe Anotand's eco in 2 seconds.
All right, well, speaking of wiping things in 2 seconds. The Yeomen on the back line wipe out the majority of those crossbows, excuse me. Carrick still looking for some Springwoods. Not able to make the connection, though. Oh,
Carracks are actually really good
that?
in anti-siege.
Yeah, very, very good.
And that's a huge contribution here. Obviously, it helps when you can shoot cannons at the cavalry, but it's not like the DPS is insane, especially for a single volley. But being able to just quickly snipe out siege weapons is huge over here. Kinda creates this position where the Springwoods cannot really push up. And I really think that Puppypaw needs to leverage the mobility of the cavalry a little bit more and just try to hit the right flank.
Alright, well, the mass continues to build. 91 military units at the moment compared to 50 of his opponent, but keep in mind, the cavalry is quite expensive. It's very, very pop efficient. So, you know, this 29 cavalry is equivalent to probably the same amount of resources as what, like 100 spears? Somewhere in that region? Probably about that. Maybe 90 spears, somewhere in that region. The fortress going to be going up over on the east side.
Just look at the military swings, by the way. This has been one of the most back-and-forth games of the day. This is a dangerous move here for Anotand, though. He's not going to have the support of the ships, and he's got a slow-moving army that might struggle to retreat.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of yeomen. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll snipe them out. 68 spearmen at the moment, though. That's quite a bit to deal with. Alright, we'll check in up on that north side. Spearmen once again going to be chasing away villagers. The fortress defending for the moment. Bill's not jumping inside. Instead, just going to allow themselves to be hammered, stabbed. All that good stuff. Look at the number of units.
Is that good, though?
Probably not.
I don't think I would enjoy that.
Depends. Depends which way you float. Alright, another fortress is going to be going up a little bit further down over towards that south side, but all the Schlatter from behind. You can see how important it is to maintain this high number of spears. 60 spearmen at the moment.
Ooh, the volley is beautiful.
Very nicely done. Mangonel's now rolling as well for Puppypaw. He's up to 4. Mangonel's going to be cautious about moving too close to those Carracks. They're very keen on actually making some connections, and indeed they finally do. Mangonel's also pushing towards those Carracks. They want some love.
We're getting to the stage where resource control becomes more and more important, and speaking of which, there is a fortress attempted down south here. I think it's gonna go up just by a thin margin. Puppypaw trying to confine his opponent into that corner. At the same time, Anotand really needed the far left flank just so that he gets that large gold vein. That's why he was fighting so aggressively towards that side. That's his only source of gold right now. Except for the relics, of course, but it's a nice little boost, but it's not going to sustain you in itself.
Yes, exactly. Alright, well, how does Anotand go about finishing this game? He's got the first of the Culverin out, which is definitely the right call. Puppypaw still outnumbered, but the Schlatter are here. Yikes. They're hitting the gold, the one place is actually getting gold back. This is a big problem.
And that's huge. Do keep in mind, Anotand is on 1 TC, Puppypaw was on 2, so losing 30 villagers here, 20 or so, means that now he's quite a bit behind compared to his opponent, and this is exactly what you want to do with the Slakta Cav. It is high mobility that your opponent cannot match. 70 spearmen are just running around like headless chicken and really struggling to catch up with the cavalry.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And one of the things that's always so difficult to deal with cavalry is the fact that you've always got to be chasing them. They've got that faster movement, that higher movement speed. So it just means that things are not going to be pretty. But now the Billmen managed to get some decent connections down here. Skewer a couple, but only 2 go down. Did manage to find a couple more. Culverin also going to be going down here. Big shots from the Mango.
It's a very sad Culverin.
Yeah, it's never a fun time when you got that many Mangoes focusing you.
Anotand just has to fight this fort here. He's trying to secure any resources for himself. Do keep in mind, he needs wood as well. And there is just so many forests here that he needs to somehow secure. But I don't like that he's fighting against fortresses with light infantry for so long. Nice little fight against the Schlachta Cav, though. Puppypaw has done a really good job keeping the forts alive. Even the one in the middle, which was on fire, has been repaired and it's back in action.
Yeah, really impressive. All right. We'll check in over towards that top side. We can see raids still ongoing at that top side. Now down towards the south. Plenty of infantry down here. Mango's looking... Oh my god, it's terrible damage right there from the Mangonels. They make a great connection.
He did not have vision across the forest. That was the problem. The forest blocked the line of sight, so by the time he noticed he's facing 7 Mangonels, he was at a point-blank range.
Okay, checking back in over towards this top side. Once again, we've got a couple more units running through the base. Anotand being very, very cheeky here.
I feel like Anotand is now embracing that whole chaos aspect because the game has gotten very disorganized in a way. So now he's just got random spearmen and Urlos guards running around killing villagers, and you know what? They're doing a good job because they're all over the place. It's still gonna be so difficult to fight this death ball.
Yeah. It makes it very, very hard. But now the Billman moving past through the middle. Spearmen completely ignoring the villagers for the moment. A lot of siege down here.
The damage is good, though. Like, freebie mangonels like this is really valuable, and Puppypaw was at 120 villagers a few moments ago. Now he's down to 100. The question is whether Anotand can actually hold this push inside his base. And he has to do so without losing villagers. Zico is actually fairly feeble now. 73 villagers only. Does have the relics, but he cannot really afford massive villager casualties here.
Puppypaw has been losing some villagers as well, though. There's only 20 difference between them. And
a lot of
villagers
villagers
to work it down at the moment.
That's a lot of villagers killed, and look at all the farmers idle as well. The economies are slowly collapsing in front of us. Just look at the food income for Puppypaw. Food income still looks promising, but the food bank being empty tells you everything you need to know.
Take a look at the siege that we've got out here. That is just ridiculous how much siege is sitting out there for Puppypaw. 9 Mangonels with 3 more in queue. 6 Spriggles. That is just ridiculous.
Now here comes the cavalry. That was a quick switch to Anotand, and I almost feel like he literally sent all those spearmen into the enemy base to throw them away and replace them with hobalars.
Is he thinking about potentially sniping? Surely not.
No, I think it's eco-killing. I think he realized that he cannot really break that stranglehold of fortresses and, in general, fight into the enemy army. So he's doing what you have to do when you play a very long game. Just wipe out the enemy economy, and 9 out of 10 times you're gonna win. And this is like a lot of damage on Puppypaw. Look at how chaotic his economy is.
So far, the Pilgrims remain alive, at least most of them. There's 1 or 2 that managed to get taken out. It's a slow-moving army that we've got here. And you look at Puppypaw and all this siege that he's got. It's in a really good position. It's very far forward, but it's just not much protecting it, unfortunately. It's very slow. You don't want to have to move it.
Look at the fact that he had to pull back all the Schlachta Cav just to deal with this little raid of hobalars. And we've seen this today. This is exactly how Anotand lost the only game he lost against Beastie. When you feel like you're in a precarious position, you can take away the attention from your base and hit the enemy base. And look at the food income for Puppypaw now. 700 per minute, maybe 1,000, as compared to 2,300. That is all the result of all these raids, and frankly, Anotand is willing to throw away units as long as they kill villagers and cause chaos, and so far it's been working.
Okay. Boiling Oil making a decent connection here. Hobblers thinking about going for that final shot on the siege. We'll be able to make the connection. Mangonels not able to dish out any real damage there.
The front line is very weak in front of all these siege weapons. There are no spears, men-at-arms won't kill the hobalars quickly. The Schlachta Cav are back, but I feel like Anotand is sensing an opportunity to jump the siege with the light cav.
Gonna go for it. That's the first of the landmarks that are down. Even, honestly, at this stage of the game, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, I don't know which way this is going to go. This could genuinely go either way here.
If this ball of siege weapons gets cleaned up by Anotand, I'm starting to lean towards him, and he's doing a decent job picking up some of them. Swing to the right side, that's not going to do much here, trying to burn it through the walls, but it's all in vain. But just look at how chaotic this game is. And wood is a problem here for Puppy, so replacing the siege weapons will be challenging. He would actually have to buy wood with all the gold he has.
That would be incredibly painful to do, but I guess it kind of makes sense when you consider the fact he's got pilgrims that are empowering him here. But we check back in with this army, this absolutely massive army that he's got. 89 military pop, 33 of which is the Schlatter. So I think at the end of the day, if push comes to shove, Puppypaw probably gets...
He's stealing his stone.
Yes, as is mandatory.
This is the problem for Anotand, frankly. Normally, to stabilize a situation like this, you put a castle in front of your base as a defensive castle. But he doesn't have access to stone, so he could never do that, and now his large stone is being taken away. Most of the mineable gold is starting to run out on the map, by the way, something that we are going to have to keep an eye out on.
Yes, there's not much left. There's a lot of fortresses, though, so that's the good news. Now this push down towards the south side. I mean, it's starting to look a little bit better for Puppypaw. Anotand is nowhere near breaking through the same way that he's been doing for the last 10-15 minutes. There's still attacks that are happening, these hobblars. We don't see any walls coming out, really, for Puppypaw, other than the ones that have been around for a while.
I think it's very important that Puppypaw rebuild his villager count. He has done a really good job recovering from all those eco raids, and now he's got all his base fortified. The Carracks are doing a decent job in the anti-siege role, however. Many of the Mangonels fell victims to those Carracks, but they're slowly being picked off, and those are very expensive ships for Anotand to lose.
Yes, yeah, there's quite a lot of resources tied up in them. Alright, the Schlatter now over on this east side of the base. Still looking for a way through. A lot of crossbows out. Plenty of spears with the Billman upgrade ready to hit as well. Now teeing off with the big Trebuchet upgrade as well.
Anotand's resource bank is not looking very healthy. But at the same time, he's got 40 crossbows against all those Schlachtercav. With a decent screen in front, I guess. Yeah, 30 spearmen, we can say that. His concern is dealing with the siege weapons. And that gets into a very interesting state at this point, because Puppypaw is struggling for wood. So if Anotand ever finds an opportunity to take out the Mangonels, it's going to be difficult for him to replenish those.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. I guess he's always got the option to do a little bit of purchasing with this much gold income, so something to always be aware of. But now the Schlatter looking to make the connection. I don't know if that was bait, but I tell you what, it was a pretty decent charge coming out from the cavalry. Plenty of building now inside this tree line, looking to try and defend once again. Crossbow numbers on the back are solid, and he's able to get through a fair bit there. Trebuchet continues to fire down the emplacement from the fortress in the north. The Mangonel gets some good shots as well. And finally, we've got a connection of two Titans. They've been slowly inching away at each other's armies throughout this game. It's been 46 minutes, and now we finally have a clash. But once again, they've fallen back, Lidicor. They've said, no, we're not interested. Not at the moment.
Yeah, Puppy didn't like that fight at all, I think. Mangonels did decent damage, of course, but where did that damage land? It was on spearmen. At the same time, the Qualifiers snipe out some of the siege. Spearmen and crossbows started to chip away at the Schlachtercav. You just get the sense that that fight was not going to be sustainable for him, and now the Qualifiers are starting to absolutely just shred that fortress. For a long time, Anotand did not have a response to the Mangonels. Now he does, and it is in Puppypaw's hands to make something happen about that.
Number looking very solid here. Working down these fortresses. He's taken out one so far in this game. That's going to be the second one that is now going down. Anotand clearing the map. Looking to take out Just a couple more. Just a few more. He's only got another 8 to go. Now the Schlatter number looking very solid. Sitting on 53 Schlatter, and it's a ticking time bomb, these cavalry units.
Absolutely. Like, 57 Schlachter is no joke. And honestly, if you're Puppypaw, you seriously consider at some point just saying, okay, I'm gonna run past you and hit the eco. You run in with those cavalry, you wipe out everything that Anotand has, and after that, you will just slowly chip away at that army until it's gone. I think that's the biggest danger for Anotand. He's got a very slow-moving army. If he ever gets caught out of position, or if he's just ever unprepared for a cavalry push inside his base, that could easily be his downfall.
Yes, very much. Alright. Well, the numbers continue to climb up to 60 Schlatter. A whole bunch of mangoes as well. And nothing else going on.
I don't like that the spears got detached and they're on the far right. This is what I'm talking about. Like 40 Schlachter cavalry, you really need your spearmen to be ready.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yes, the spears have to be here. They can't allow them to get too far away. Gosh, that's so much cavalry, isn't it? Look at that.
And that's not even everything.
Crazy amount of mangonels.
Puppy is pushing the cost on the left side. That's the only gold source that Anotand has right now. But this keep in the middle is now being sieged down. This keep has been so important for so long for Puppy. Anotand finally gets to take it out with the Cauldron.
It's been a long mission here. He is slowly pushing forward. I still feel like I don't know which way this could go. Honestly, it could just be... It could just be one fight where the Schlatter just completely overwhelm, or it could just be somehow that the Schlatter don't overwhelm. But look at the mangonel numbers. Mangonel numbers looking there. Oh my god!
You don't fight this if you're Anotand.
Oh, you can't. You gotta try and skirmish and kite your way out. Ullman now moving forward.
Anotand took a big beating to his eco. He lost the gold miners to the cavalry to the north, so his eco is very weak now. But he's got a huge resource bank. At the same time, Puppypaw burned through all the gold he had in bank. At some point, he's got 4,000. He's got 22 more Schlachter Cav in a queue, plus a gazillion mangonels on the field. It's now just Cav plus mangonels. I don't know where this is going, Ozzy. I feel like this could literally be a game where a single misclick loses you the battle and loses you the game.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised. It very much feels like it could go that way. The balance is definitely there. And what's interesting is Anotand is down to 57 vils. Like, normally at this stage of the game, 50 minutes in, there's no question players are above 100 vils.
I mean, if those Schlachter Cav go into his base, he's going to be down to 10 vils.
Yeah, but the way that it's going on the front with this push, and it's looking more and more like Puppypaw is having quite a bit of trouble here.
Spearmen are melting away, though. And once that screen is gone, the Schlachter Cav will take decent fights against the crossbows. Crossbows do have bonus damage, but crossbows cannot stand and fight like that, and this is exactly what Puppy was waiting for, the jump. And it looks like he's going to have enough to clean this up.
After 51 minutes, he finally makes the connection. He's lost 5 cavalry units in this fight. Maybe 6 now, I think it is. The numbers are still looking very good. He's got more than 50, half a century on the board still, and he just continues to clean up now. That single Berkshire, those couple of carracks, they really helped delay this game as much as they could, but in the end, Anotand's economy has just been hurt a little bit too much. Schlatter number still scarily high, 42 for the moment. Mangoes coming in as well. He's got 11 mangoes on the field here.
Anotand's got no population, though. And now that the Schlachter Cav are in the eco, look at how painful it is to clean these guys up. Anotand still has a decent resource bank, but I really wonder if he can rally from here. He's down to 48 villagers, and we're reaching the point where the mangonels will just take out that one carrack. He's been a hero, but he's gonna be gone.
Yeah, the carrack has done a wonderful job this game. But I suspect it's not going to be long. Puppypaw now moving over towards the east, wants to avoid getting too close underneath that Berkshire, but it's going to be unavoidable here.
You know what's funny? We always talk about the fact that we see everything. Do you think that Puppypaw knows that he's up against 50 villagers? if he did, I think he would be a lot more aggressive at this point.
Yeah, I think so as well. All right, he's going to focus down the Berkshire. It's a decent start. Schlatter on standby, ready to protect. Patrolling across the front. He's got 34 of them at the moment. Couple Knights on the backside as well. He's fallen back away from it. A little bit fearful about committing 100% here, but you should realize with the numbers that things are going absolutely fine.
Now, you're saying that, but a few minutes ago we had 60 Schlachtercav, and you don't see a huge influx of new units. Anotand is on his last legs. He used up his last reserves in terms of resources, but he's fighting under a very powerful defensive landmark, going in to snipe the Mangonels. It would still be an insane comeback if Anotand managed to get anything out of this game, but he's going to try to at least stall this game out for a moment.
He's doing a wonderful job with it. A whole bunch of spears moving into that meat grinder. Just going down. Fortunately, the Schlatter Cavalry are doing a wonderful job of screening, but the Knights do make a connection on the top side. And all of a sudden, things are starting to look a little bit better for Anotand. Vil count has obviously been struggling throughout this game, but the fact that the military are decent, it's not bad. But unfortunately, 26 Schlatter is a little bit too many. A lot of Mangonels here as well. Still got 7 of them out. But the Berkshire stands tall, stands strong.
Yeah, now you have a new way of Schlachter, though, and that's gotta be it. Like, Puppypaw slowed down so much here because he's literally running out of resources. He's switching into horsemen, he's switching into men-at-arms. But he's pulling back. It's actually insane that Anotand is holding this. But we have to say this out loud, Ozzy. I think the difference between the two players is that Puppypaw, after all the eco damage that was done to him, he was able to rebuild the eco. That is not the case for Anotand. This has just been a constant downward spiral in terms of economy for Anotand.
Yeah, definitely has. Gosh, this has been a mammoth game. And you know what's the crazy part? This is only game 2 between these two guys. These guys are absolutely going toe-to-toe. And they are
I need to read my contract about the overtime benefits at this point.
Yeah, I think you're definitely going to have to do that. We're going to have to contact Twitch chat, let them know. Hey, boys, we're going to need you guys to shout a little bit harder for these guys. They're putting in their everything right now.
If Anotand wants to have anything in this game, he needs to find a way to beef up that eco. Like, he needs a second DC or something. It's actually going to be tricky because he's actually low on resources that he can even gather. But do keep in mind, he's got 4 relics still, plus a couple of manors. If he can stabilize the economy... Well, I mean, I guess I should say he needs to stabilize the economy if he wants to do anything with this game. At least he's facing way less Schlachtercav than he used to, but over time, Puppy is going to be able to rebuild that.
Yeah. Over time, he will slowly rebuild it. He's maxed out on population, sitting at 200 at the moment. Throwing down more farms as well, but we see more raids coming in towards that top side.
You know what's crazy?
Mangonel. What?
Puppypaw could have just gone to the far left and captured that sacred site. There is no Berkshire nearby, and just start the timer. I just realized that I think he totally forgot about that, and at this point he's just going for the kill.
I think you might be right. Yeah, I mean, all it would really need over there... I mean, how do you even play that? You put, like, a stone wall down or something like that? That's probably the best way to... Excuse me, the best way to do it. Probably you want to stone wall your existing sacred site, and then just move your army over onto the new one.
Presumably. Or you could just drop another fortress or something. I would love to see him do something about it, because Anotand is actually getting away, not just with the fact that Puppy doesn't have that on the countdown. Anotand does have the passive gold trickle from that sacred site. Plus this little gold mine as well, where all the villagers will die, resetting Anotand to the mid-50s in terms of villager count.
We've been here before. We've seen this one before. Alright, big army. Coming out for Anotand. A whole bunch of spears. 67 spears. That's a lot. By the same token, that's a lot of Mangonels. If he wants to turn around and fight right now, he absolutely can. He's got a wall ready to dive over onto the other side of. He needs to be cautious not to get too stuck in there right now. But it does look like he's going to try and get through. He squeezes in, and he doesn't want any of it. A lot of horsemen coming out to assist. Mango's get some good shots over the walls. Gonna be nice and safe back here. More stone walls coming forward. Puppypaw having trouble finishing off this game. Anotand just constantly finding routes to reinforce. Obviously,
it's crazy.
The House of Lancaster. Just have
And
that
do
ability,
keep in
don't
mind, previously you had less spearmen on Anotand's side and more Schlachtercav. So at this base, you gotta be careful if you're Puppypaw not to just start having all your cavalry be massacred. It's a very nice choke point. I'm not sure why Anotand is fighting this. This might be an overzealous fight, but maybe he thinks he has to make something happen, but nothing is gonna happen out of this.
I just knows that he can't win, and it's only a matter of time, and indeed, that is going to be the case. Game number 2, going over to Puppypaw after an absolutely marathon 58 minutes and 30 seconds. Lytical, what an absolute epic game we have just witnessed. I don't even know where to begin.
Looking at the economy count of Anotand, that's not just a couple of steps. That's a literal staircase that you see out there. Up and down and up and down, and that's it. That has been the pattern, I think, that we were looking at, and probably the difference maker between the two players. At like minute 40, the villager counts were even. That was the window where Anotand spammed a lot of his units, both Hobalars and Spearmen, into the enemy base, killed a lot of villagers, caused a lot of chaos, but I think the difference was that Puppy was able to progressively recover from that eco damage, whereas Anotand was kind of perpetually stuck in that position of having to rebuild his economy, and he never really was able to.
Yeah, I think exactly it. Second TC from Anotand maybe could have changed things, but you know, it's easy to say after 58 minutes that, hey, a second TC might have been a good idea. But anyway, we leave it there and move forward onto game number 3. Gosh, I tell you what, I mean, it just goes to show the power of the late game House of Lancaster and the fact that they've just got those absolutely lovely spearmen. I mean, those spearmen are just a whole nother level of power, aren't they? But yes, we can see this beautiful wolf early on, dishing out a whole bunch of damage. Exactly the way... Wait, what? Why are these highlights anything other than that wolf? That wolf was amazing.
Well, you know, Ozzy, the wolf died at like minute 15, and this was a 50-minute long game.
True. Something I hadn't considered, but yeah. Yeah, I think this right here was the pivotal moment. If this Berkshire doesn't get up, game is over at this point, obviously. But the fact that it does get up just changes everything, and it allows Anotand so much space to be able to just sit here and stay and guarantee that he's going to be safe.
I think this is the window that we're looking at. 90 eco versus 87. This is probably the last time that Anotand had an acceptable economical position, I would say. The compositions, you could debate which one is better, which one is worse. But over time, I think the real problem was that you cannot sustain 30, 40 villager deficit for 30 minutes. Even if you have 4 relics plus the passive resource income. And really, this was the beginning of the end in a way. Huge raid on the left side, all the villagers gone. And there's going to be a second installment of this when there's a fight in the middle and the flank comes around.
Yeah, that was just... I don't even really know where to go with regard to assessing this game. It was just a constant battle for position. And both players were so equally matched. It felt like Puppypaw was ahead for the last 45 minutes of the game, but he just didn't feel confident in ending the game. And it's hard to feel confident when you've got a Berkshire shooting at your units.
And I think it speaks for Anotand's ability to control units and take fights. It's not just that he didn't feel comfortable trying to finish that. He didn't want to throw away a game. Do keep in mind, in a position where you perceive that you're leading, the worst thing that you can do is say, okay, I finished the game now. Something goes terribly wrong, you overcommit, you fight under a Berkshire Palace or something, and the game slips out of your hands. That would just be catastrophic in a decider series, especially when your opponent is up 1-0. So you could certainly feel like Puppypaw was very, very patient here, just making sure that if he indeed has the advantage, he does not let it slip out of his hands.
Yeah, I think you might be right in that regard. It was a very safe play from him, so well played. But we do now have our next map coming up, and a surprising civilization that we are seeing. one of those lucky last picks again coming out here. It's going to be the English up against the Macedonians of Anotand.
Two of the new civilizations coming in here for Anotand, and just before we get into that next game, it must be said, before Puppypaw, only Corvinus and Anotand won a game with the Knights Templar in this tournament, so not a lot of people that played games with Knights Templar, not a lot of wins in general. But indeed, English-Japanese was the pick here, and on the other side, Golden Horde plus Macedonians. I like the Golden Horde idea. We've seen that in the Beastie series against Anotand. It was Beastie who played Golden Horde against Anotand on front range. But that was taken away. You kind of have the feeling that Anotand just said, listen, I'm going to bring in one of the two new civilizations. And when it comes to these new civilizations, you always have this case where there's a higher chance that you have a sneaky build that no one has ever seen before than you have with English or French, something that has been figured out long, long ago.
All right, well, let's see whether or not we'll see anything sneaky today. Of course, we still get a new civilization, the Macedonians. Always a fun civilization to watch. Civilization that's struggled a little bit recently just with the changes, of course. I do frequently mention whenever there's any patches that happen and the changes that are occurring in there, because that obviously changes the way that players perceive things as well as the way that they play. So they did get quite a few nerfs across the board in most recent patch, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But yeah, interesting decision to once again look to try and play with the, or not once again, but look to try and play with the English. It gets sniped out, so we're not going to be able to see the Japanese today. Instead, it's going to be the English. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see it. I mean, we just got to see House of Lancaster, so now it's the English turn, Lytical.
Well. It's crazy that this is only game number 3 coming up, and this is where you have to start talking about fatigue. These guys have been playing for a long time, especially Puppy. He had a long series that went all the way to 5 games, and he just had to go through 2 very, very long games. Not just the Kawasan bomb one, but even Dry Arabia went into the mid-30 minutes, I think.
Yeah, they were all pretty long games. There was a couple, I think there was 1 or 2 short ones in there, but yeah, they were all quite long games. So yes, they're definitely reaching the end of their tether when it comes to exhaustion. So it's going to be settling in soon. These are the situations where people like Marine Lord really excel because they've been doing it for so long. So this is just, it's Tuesday for them. But for for other people, for us mortals, it's not quite the case. But yeah, I mean, heading into this game number 3, this is going to be a key game here as we've got, once again, players moving out for a boar. Very early boar. Both players racing towards this position. And both players managing to connect with the boar. However, one of them, more importantly, oh my gosh, one hit on that scout.
That was crazy.
Scout.
I love Anotand's idea here. I think he expected this boar pull. And so what you want to do with your scout, if you pull the boar, is tank some of the damage with your scout instead of your villagers. At the same time, the opponent's scout does bonus damage against yours. So Anotand's idea was, oh, you're trying to tank the damage from the boar? I'm just going to try to beat up your scout with my own. And if he manages to get that kill, which is unlikely but not impossible, if he manages to get that kill, that totally nukes the Dark Age of Puppypaw. If that scout dies, there is no sheep influx, no nothing. That would be a catastrophic loss for Puppy.
Yeah, what do you even do after that? I guess you've got to train a scout and just go back to the good old days. Remember the good old days of making 2 scouts in the opening? People just did that. That was perfectly normal and fine, encouraged and respected. Strange times. Anyway.
Yeah, honestly, I forgot about those builds, the OG 2 scout builds, or 3 scouts sometimes. There were some cases where we've seen 3 scouts in Dark Age.
Yeah, Prairie in particular. I remember that. That was strange, wasn't it? But anyway, it is what it is. We don't do that around here anymore. Instead, we go professional scouts. Well, at least we do sometimes. And that's another thing to note. Like, there was a time and a place where every civilization would go professional scouts. I remember seeing an English player make do professional scouts, and it's like, you've got so many bonuses to not do it, and yet you're still doing it. It's like, it must be really good. Whereas now it's just like, okay, we see it sometimes. Some civilizations do it sometimes, and that's the way it should be. But age ups are starting to come through. Oh, yeah? What's funny?
In the early alphas of the game, Pro Scouts was actually a Dark Age deck.
It's expensive. Would it be worth
I don't know
researching?
how the pricing was, but in that version of the game, every single game was a Dark Age Carcass Fairy.
Yeah, I can see that being pretty good.
And speaking of killing scouts, I'm just sorry to say this, but Puppypaw indeed did lose his scout in the end.
Oh, did he really? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, you know what? He's got nothing on the military board, so yes, that definitely makes sense. So, opting for the Abbey of Kings here today. So, going to see something, I guess, I was going to say a little bit different, but I guess it's, to be honest, kind of standard. Council Hall's been something that's been at a distance for a while now, so we'll see the Abbey of Kings, but yeah, the lack of scout is definitely going to hurt, so maybe, I mean, we surely wouldn't see him going to a stable, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Hippodrome coming down for Anotand, so if, in the event he loses his scout, he's going to have the ability to rebuild it without too much hassle.
Yeah, it's still annoying, and those are the things that you do not need when you're fighting for a position for London, when you've been playing for who knows how many hours, and perhaps they are a sign of fatigue, because it's certainly a big loss at the end of the day, and those kinds of things generally start happening when fatigue starts creeping in.
Indeed. Age up now, coming through here for Anotand. We'll ride on board with him. Take a look and see where he's going. Looks like it's going to be just your standard horseman opening for us here. Nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too crazy, but the Abbey of Kings is coming up as well for Puppypaw, so expect to be seeing that knight, or rather that king coming out shortly. Check in with Anotand, because he's got Wheelbarrow coming through. Could be the prospect of more eco upgrades. Double Broadaxe now arriving as well for Puppypaw, so both players investing, I'm not going to say heavily in their economies, but they're investing in it. Slightly. Okay, horsemen on the front. Forcing back the villagers. Nothing they can really do for the moment other than just fire at this scout that will inevitably leave before its health pool drops to 0. Frustrating. A frustrating event. Stable now going to be coming up for Puppypaw. Okay, so he does move into the stable here. So this will mean he'll be able to train the scout without having to use the town center, which is essentially +1 Vil. So that's a really good start. He's also moving into Horseman. Now, keep in mind, Anotand's already in Horseman, and he's got quite a bit out already. On top of that, he also gets things like the Horseman Champion, which is going to buff him up even further.
Yeah, it's tricky because you have to wait a little until that happens. But once you have your 3 champions from the Hippodrome, you actually have a very nice combo to buff your nearby units. And the Scout is also valuable because it's going to give you that extra line of sight, which is immensely valuable when it comes to acquiring targets for the cavalry.
Yes, yeah, very much. It can be... You don't realize how important it is until you go in without it, and then you're like, oh my god, I don't know where to go, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to attack. But not going to be the case here today. Puppypaw now also switching in with a Rax. So going to be looking to add in a couple of spears early on here as the English. Anotand on that east side continues to add in cavalry. Also looking to pick up the cavalry armor. First tier of upgrades is coming through now. Alright, check in and see how Puppypaw is doing. Adding in more units towards that front. The first of the spears is able to finally join here. See the Rangians now dropping down. Some military infrastructure here. Spearman's been picked off. Numbers still looking pretty healthy. Anotand. To 5 horsemen. Keep in mind he's got those champions as well that are going to be in play. Always nice to have an extra little body there to help you out. Farms now getting thrown down for Puppypaw. Gosh, it's early to be putting farms down, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, especially when you consider that on the other side of the map, someone is on board, has the berries secured as well. It's a nice defensive position here for Anotand. Puppypaw is trying to be like a lot more aggressive than he did in the first 2 games, I feel like. This is probably the most aggressive that we've seen Puppypaw be in Feudal Age.
Yes, yeah, he's definitely putting the pedal to the metal right here. It's good to see, though, on the English. It's a civilization that can definitely get away with it, especially with the king coming out now, we can see. He's able to force his opponent off the ball. Nice early win here by Puppypaw. With that, they're going to have to cancel, or at least delay completing their building on the front here. And now onto the wood line. What have we got back here? It looks like we've got... Is that just some villagers? I thought I might have seen an early Varangian guard.
It was only villagers, and 3 of them fell.
Yeah, there's another one that's just come out. I'm like... It looks like he's holding a shield, but I think he's holding a bit of lumber. And it's like, sir, that lumber does not give you the armor required to take this battle.
It's probably one of those things where grouping might have been challenging, or just like selecting units might have been challenging in that fight. Oh, yeah. But Anotand is down to 0 army, except for a single special horseman. On the other side, horseman spearman out here. This is really good for Puppypaw. He can press this position, and that's it.
Wow, that was a quick one.
As long as the previous game was, this one is a sub 10-minute one, and Puppypaw, the same way that we've seen him against Lucifron, he just gets that second wind ability and starts dominating games. Previous one, it was a long slugfest, but this one was just all Puppypaw.
And I think that's one of the other things to remember is, like, the longer a game goes, the less information you have about the state of that game. At the very beginning of the game, you know exactly how many villages the enemy is on. Every time you kill a villager, you know exactly how many villas that they're sitting on. And yet, in that last game, I don't think he realized how much he was ahead. And that wasn't just because of the fact that, you know, it was difficult to keep counters, because it was a longer game. Whereas here, as a shorter game, he knows, hey, I'm super far ahead. I can push the button right here. That's exactly what he did. And it worked out marvelously for him.
And with that, you know, as hard-fought as game number 2 was, this game just ended in a near instant. And it didn't start well for Puppypaw. He actually lost his scout out there, but after that, it was as simple as just going horseman and spearman and constantly forcing the engagement and outproducing his opponent.
Yeah, it's a simple strategy, but it paid off in the end. I think also the fact that we'd seen the boar taken in the middle meant that this fight right here, right now, was absolutely monstrous. And it meant that in the event it was lost and Puppypaw was able to win that fight right there, that's game. And indeed, it was game. But take a look at this. We've already got game number 4 on the way for us. About 2 minutes to go until it begins. We've had the Abbasids and the Japanese picked for Puppypaw. We've had the Golden Horde and the Holy Roman Empire picked for Anotand. Abbasids sniped out by Anotand, leaving the Japanese for Puppypaw. And the Holy Roman Empire sniped out, leaving the Golden Horde for Anotand.
Here's the thing. I feel like it's a complete reset in a sense. Because, as long as the second game was, this was just a punch in the gut for Anotand. And now you feel like he needs to rebound out of this one. Went Golden Horde and HRE. This time around, HRE was taken away from him. Golden Horde on Hill and Dale is such an awkward combination, though. I just feel like it's not a civilization I would associate very frequently with Hill and Dale. But that kind of goes for Japanese as well. It's very funny that we are missing out on the absolutely super old-school Abbasid versus HRE matchup on this map, which was probably 97% of the games back in the days on Hill and Dale. A matchup that we do not commonly see in general, and a matchup that we certainly do not see on a map like Hill and Dale.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I would have loved to have seen the Abbasid versus Holy Roman Empire, but we can settle for the Japanese. We can settle. I mean, Japanese are a civilization that are just flexible, right? Like, you can play them on any map. I feel like you could get away with a Japanese Umabenaman opening into a fast castle with mounted samurai on literally any map. Water map, land map. It could be a map with only water, and that strategy would still work.
Very fair,
Alright.
but on the other side, Thorgood and the Khan, let's see what they can make happen here in game number 4. We head into Hill and Dale for game number 4.
We're already in here, and have a look at that. We've got an early barracks. Puppypaw, I tell you what, Puppypaw, after that 58-minute game, he said, yeah, we're not messing around anymore, lads. We've got an appointment to get to at 3 o'clock, and we've got to make sure that we make it. And he's putting the foot down. The barracks out so early for him as the Japanese. So we're going to see him move into Spearman. But look at the positioning on this. I mean, you've got the gold vein that he can hit. You've got the stone with the Uvu that he can hit. There's a lot of good stuff here. Okay. So I think the question is, which way does he go? What angle does he look to target here? Does he go north side of the base? Does he go south? And does that tree line connect with the ridge line? That is going to be a big question for me, because if he can get around that southern tree line inside the base of Anotand, that could open up a whole can of worms for him. So we'll have a look and see whether that tree line in Anotand's base, just to the south there, I want to have a look and see whether or not that actually connects all the way to the ridge. Oh, I think it does. Oh, so it's going to protect a lot for Anotand here. That is, he's going to be relieved when he sees that, inevitably. Okay, spear moving around the top side of the base. Couple villagers on the Gur. 2 on gold, 1 on food. They're going to be chased away here. I think he's got enough gold. Yes, he's got enough gold to age up, so he'll be fine. But still frustrating to deal with this. Annoying to have to deal with units this early. You know, everybody's got a plan until they get rushed with a spear. I think that's how the saying goes. There used to be this saying that I remember people used to say that. And it's very true. In your head, you've got this plan. You know the matchup. You understand it. You think, okay, he's playing Japanese. He's going to be looking for an 8-minute castle. We're going to hit him with early aggression in the feudal age. And you've got this all mapped out in your head. And then all of a sudden, a spearman shows up on your gold vein. Now, you're not collecting gold, so you can't build the unit that you wanted to, and it all just unpacks from there, Litter.
I have a feeling that Puppypaw just does not want to play long games now. Which is funny because he's not the one in the time zone where it's getting very late. But I guess it's getting close to dinner time, and he's just like, dude, I'm hungry. We're not going to do the same thing that we've done on Kawasan.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I'm like, he played a 58-minute game, and now he's just like, nah, fuck it, dude. Like, we have to go. I got an appointment at 3 o'clock. I need to make it. We're doing rushes all day now. Oh, gosh. Poor Puppypaw. That's all right. But to be honest, he's doing the right thing. I mean, I have played the Golden Horde, and this is a civilization that just feels so annoyed whenever somebody attacks them. Oh, a little bit of a mistake right here coming out from Puppypaw, losing a spearman. Very uncharacteristic.
It's going to be a Kura storehouse. We praise this landmark a lot here, Ozzy. But there's a fundamental difference between the positioning of this Kura storehouse and many of the other ones we see in games. Normally, what you see players do is that they place this landmark close to a wood line so that some of the farm spots are blocked out, and as a consequence, you get a wood trickle. By dropping the Kura storehouse all the way to the back, you're not going to get the wood trickle, but you get all the farms very, very soon. So it's a full farm-focused and kind of a building right now that simply disregards the potential option of getting a wood trickle.
Yeah, it's a little bit more long-term, I think you're considering when you're doing something like this, but I guess the other thing to consider is that you're not putting this on your wood line, and the wood line's towards the front. So it'd be quite dangerous if you were going to do that, just because there's always the risk that it could get targeted out by an enemy player. But age up now coming through Anotand, aging up at 4 minutes 43. Not a bad little timing there. Kura storehouse, we can see it's got 2 villagers on it. It's going to be another 80 seconds before it's completed, so he's added in a 3rd villager now with that age up coming through. Spearman able to chase away the existing spearman in the base. So maybe changing his plan a little bit here. Switching up from the 1 vill to the 2 vills to now the 3 vills. Have a look at the amount of vills that we've got on stone. This is typically going to be for the upgrade allowing you to get Beneman. Pronounce that correctly. So we'll expect to see that coming through shortly. He's got 4 vills there. It could also be the prospect of a second TC, but I feel like that's a 0.3% chance.
I don't know if I've seen Japanese 2 TC builds essentially ever, so it would certainly be an interesting one. Having said that, never say never. We've seen some crazy things today, Aussie, including a sub 10-minute game just moments ago. But for now, it's just standard TC upgrade, and this is a huge one. Staggering the Khan, getting a decent amount of damage done. Wasn't able to get the kill, though.
Yeah, that Badu Khan has got quite a bit of health on it, so understandable that even 4 spears are unable to take it out, even when they get the pincer or the strike move. But, yes. Oh, guess what? It's gotten to that time of the morning, 9 o'clock. My boys are awake. They're trying to get in here right now. My wife is holding them back. I can hear her fighting.
It's so funny. It was still in the middle of the night when we started, and now it's in the morning for you. And, well, it's getting in the middle of the night for me.
Yes, we can thank these two for that one. Though, to be fair, I mean, we've had really good sets so far today. I mean, if you're only tuning into these grand finals, you got to go back, you got to watch these first 2 sets. They were absolutely crazy. I mean, obviously, you'd know who wins, but, like, we had some incredible games. I think, like, all of the games were, like, at least 20, 25 minutes. It was just, there was none of that typical Lucifron stuff that you see where it's, like, a 14-minute game into a 13-minute game. It was just good games.
Puppypaw is hoarding a lot of food, which makes me wonder if he wants to castle up behind this. It's obviously a dangerous thing to do because your gold mine is going to be exposed. He only has 2 villagers on gold, which is not a lot for castling, though, so he's certainly not heavy committed to that just yet.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. He's... I noticed this when he was putting the extra vills on the age up. It was like, okay, there was 2 vills on that age up, and now he's added a 3rd and a 4th, and it's like, okay, he's definitely flexing away from this idea of castle.
Yeah, I wonder if he's not putting villagers on the gold because he's uncommitted, or it's because he's nervous about a potential push. Because he's certainly hoarding food for Castle Age, and he's got 0 military production. He just now queued 1 more spearman. The other alternative is that he's just going to drop a bunch of towers out there. He has all the villagers on wood, double drop the tower, and then send 15 villagers to get the gold you need.
I wish I could respond to you, Lidicor, but unfortunately I've got somebody telling me about a spider in the hallway. Did you want to tell everybody? What did you want to say?
There's a spider in the hallway.
There you go. That is the news from my house. All right, you go with mummy, boys. Hey, you guys, have a good day. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Bye, mate. All right, we're back. We're back without a spider.
Yeah, I'm glad you left the spider out. I would be scared if it was with us in here.
All right. Well, the push is coming to shove here. I mean, Puppypaw obviously was aggressive early on. We saw him do that, and the reaction has happened now from Anotand, where he said, okay, you want to be aggressive? We can match that. And match that he has indeed done. A couple of Karash now coming out. Archers as well, just to tie everything together.
Yeah, the Karash is a big boost here because in these early engagements, little margins like an extra armor is a huge difference maker. So having the Karash out there to buff the Spearman is huge. And Puppypaw lost the house, so now he's housed. That actually means that he isn't able to pop out the next villager. And indeed, now he wants to go to castle. He's rushing up 1 tower. Sent all his villagers on that side. I think Anotand can easily sniff out what's going on, though. He needs to know that something is behind this.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll necessarily see him go for the kill shot, but he will look to be as annoying as he possibly can. Archery range going to come in underneath the TC here. I think the question for me is, where do we see the first of the Yoroshiros go? And the age up inevitably comes through. Villager number 1 goes down. That's the first one for today. And now the Spearman just getting baited out a little bit. Plenty of damage coming out from that TC. Anotand behind the scenes, still adding in more units. It's a Spearman together with 2 archers on the way in.
Yeah, he's going to see the villagers now. In fact, I think Anotand knows what's up because he sees the berries, no one home. He sees only a few lumberjacks, so where else could the villagers be? They must be on the gold. And if they're on the gold, Puppypaw is thinking about Castle Age. It's gonna be a tricky one though, Ozzy, because it's one thing that you age up, but if you don't have consistent gold income in Castle, you will not be able to mass produce the Mounted Samurai.
Very true. Look, this is a hard situation. He cancelled the archery range, built a stable on the other side of the TC instead, and then built his age up where that first archery range was. The only trouble is right now, if Anotand dives this, there's no way Puppypaw is aging up in time. It is not happening. He would have to commit everything to get this age up in right now, and even then, you'd be very brave to do that. So I hope we see textiles come in very quickly for Puppypaw, because he's going to be itching to keep these villagers safe. So hopefully we see that come through as a potential upgrade for him. You can see him just making sure he keeps everything alive.
The landmark is stalled. And this is buying precious, precious seconds for Anotand. He's thinking about Castle Age as well, and the landmark is not being built. He's actually decided to dive. Remember, he's got a lot of heavy cavalry that can soak up a lot of arrow fire.
Yeah, that is a really good point, and you can see just how much trouble Puppypaw is having here. He's got a lot of villagers inside the TC. No battering rams here, no need, because we've just got a single town center, which is going to be able to put out a lot of damage, at least for the moment. But, I mean, he's struggling to keep everything together. Spear's now going to hop out the other side. He manages to keep them alive, but even if you make it to castle from this point, like, what is there that you can actually do?
I mean,
get mounted samurai
I think
out,
it tells you the story, Ozzy, that he's got 35 villagers alive. 34 of them are idle. He had not a single villager working. He just cannot leave the safety of his buildings, and that's it.
That's a really good point, and it's difficult to deal with, but he's going to try for the age up now. He's done well. Honestly, he's done well to only lose 5 villagers, considering the circumstances. It was a big army that dived his base. More than 20 units were taken out there. Anotand now going to try again. It's a little bit further along this time. Not able to find it, though. You know, the sooner he's up to the castle age, the better it is for everybody. Because it means that Anotand can just go back to doing his thing, and Puppypaw is going to survive. He's going to live a little bit longer.
Yeah, Anotand is just trying to stall this because he wants to go to Castle Age himself. But it's a tricky spot because he lost a lot of the spearmen. Beforehand, I would have said, okay, 1 or 2 mounted samurais pop out. You have 15 feudal age spearmen. That should be enough. But that's no longer the case. 3 or 4 mounted samurai should be able to deal with this. The tricky spot for Puppy is that his eco was idle for so long, so it's not like he can just spam these units out right now. And more importantly, Anotand is aging as well.
Yeah, Anotand 90 seconds away from the Muscovia sack, which will be giving him that extra little bit of armor, or that extra wood per minute, which will be coming in. A really nice age up for the Golden Horn. See more upgrades coming through as well for Puppypaw on the Japanese. The second wheelbarrow upgrade, as well as a specialized pick now. So, bit of an economic focus. Obviously, losing those villagers means it needs to compensate elsewhere. That place is going to be in upgrades instead. More units now beginning to make their way back towards the base. The mounted samurai are out. He's got 3 out at the moment. Another one in queue. First of the Yoroshiros into the stable. Second one probably going to be going into the TC. Definitely seems to be the popular choice. But despite these mounted samurai being out on the field, I don't know how much work they're going to be able to get done here. Just mainly because these walls have now come up for Anotand of the Golden Horde. And, well, they've almost come up. They're about to complete here. Bit of a struggle, but in the end he gets it.
Yeah, I think the whole idea of the Mounted Samurai build is that it's a very timing-based approach. It's a fast castle that allows you to quickly pop out very strong knights, and then use that to leverage map control. Well, you can kind of just consider this a not-so-fast castle because of all the delays. And because of all the idle time on the eco, it also took some time to build up the Mounted Samurai numbers. So I get the feeling that the biggest power spike you normally get from this Mounted Samurai build, it's kind of missing from this game for Puppypaw.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I still think that there's quite a nice little timing that you're able to find in the next, say, 2 to 3 minutes. But he's very much delayed from that. Normally, you would have a lot more units at this stage of the game, which means that timing's going to be quite a bit stronger, which I guess is sort of what you were saying here, that it's been denied. Alright,
And the real question is what Anotand is going to do. No relics have been collected yet, so it's not like he missed out on any of the early Castle Age action in any way.
Indeed. Yes, there's still quite a few relics out there right now. I'm not good at counting, but I don't see any missing at this moment. 1, 2, 3, 4... Wait, hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh, there's the 5th one. 5th one's just come back. Okay. Alright, so Puppypaw's basically secured one of them. I don't know whether that's the contested one. No, that's the safe one, I think. Yeah, that's the safe one, because it was in the back left corner. Mounted Samurai now. Towards the front gate. Looking to pick off any potential reinforcements. That's a lot of units right there. Don't know if you'd want to really fight against that, though. Crossbow's also starting to come out, so people are going to be spotting this out, seeing the composition that his enemy's going for, getting an idea of exactly what units he's going to need to counter. The wolf is back. The wolf is back. It was the Wolf of Wall Street in the last game. This is the Wolf of the Dale.
What's kind of crazy about it is that the wolf actually took away the deflective armor of the samurai.
How do you think the armor deflects the wolf? Like, what do you think is happening there?
I don't know, just like wolf bounces off. The spearmen certainly do not bounce off, though. First mounted samurai falls. Nice little chase here by Anotand.
The only bouncing right there was the horse as it bounced, as it hit the ground after the spears had finished bouncing it. Look at the wolf, still in here. Can we just remove these guys from the game? They're so strong and overpowered. Still
you haven't
just
seen
chasing
AoE
its
1
target.
wolves.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to. Oh, Winston, I saw him in chat a little bit earlier. What have you done with these wolves, Winston? What have you done? Okay, numbers continue to rise here. Up to 10 crossbows now for Anotand. Mounted Samurai continue chasing away the cavalry. Decent number he's up to, 13 Mounted Samurai. But the trouble is that there's no real entrance into the base. It's going to be hard to actually break it. Not to mention the fact that all of the entrances are relatively close together, so even if you do get through, we're just going to wall up and move our army in there, and if you break through another, we'll be easily able to cover. It's just, yeah, it's such a great map for defending. It's a really good map for spear crossbow, I think. Ooh. That's something that you don't see every day. A second TC before 36 minutes.
Interesting. I mean, Puppypaw did take a bit of an eco beating, and I get the feeling that he wants to approach this game the same way that he did with the Kawasan game. The trenches were dug, he cannot break into the enemy base, so now he's going to try to just outmuscle his opponent. But it's going to be difficult because Mounted Samurai do not really do well when it comes to standing and fighting. He might just try to create a distraction by trying to burn through the walls. But I think Anotand should consider diving here. He could do an awful lot of damage. And oh boy, that's such a good find by Anotand.
Out towards the berries. You can see just the idle samurai for the moment, the Mounted Samurai. Extra cautious, but I think you might be right. If he just dives here, this could be very difficult to deal with, especially considering the Mounted Samurai are on the other side of the map right now. So they can try and do a little bit of a base race, but I'll tell you what, I think I'm going to prefer Golden Horde over the Japanese, at least at this stage.
Oh, Wololo pops. But that's just
not gonna happen.
Not gonna make it. Villager kills are just through the roof right now for Anotand. It is 18-0, and it's not a base race right now. Certainly not a race.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work here in this game. Army continues underneath the TC. Keep in mind, there's a second TC in play. Finally breaking through these walls attack on the side of the Golden Horde, but Anotand, yeah, looking very powerful. He's looking to siege down this second TC as well.
The second TC is a lot more fragile than the first one. It actually makes a lot of sense to try and target that down. He also understands that in the long run, the second TC is just going to outmuscle him. Monk coming in with the Relic, no conversion there, and there goes the TC. And with that, probably Puppypaw's chances of having anything in this game, it just feels like it's all over with the TC going down, the villagers running away. Puppy is hoping to make a miracle happen here with the villager kills, but the villagers will just run outside. It's still 28 villager kills as compared to just 7.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of difference between them, though that number is going up. He's up to 8 now. Still inside the base, so there's always opportunity for it. But have a look at that military count. That's the thing I want to highlight the most. I mean, Puppypaw has lost a lot when it comes to his military in the last minute or two. And so now you've got 8 military pop against, well, 0. 0 military pop against 60. Puppypaw tapping out at the 21-minute mark. And Anotand claiming victory. Definitely felt like he was ahead for most of that game, with the exception of maybe the beginning. Obviously a little bit of aggression out there, but in the end, Puppypaw tapping out.
It is remarkable how both players amped up the pace of the game. I just feel like it's kind of crazy. You would think, oh yeah, there's no way that they are just trying to get through games quickly and, you know, consider the fatigue and whatnot, but it really feels like that. Because now, you just feel like both of these players are much more locked in with the early game aggression, and the previous 2 games were both decided essentially based upon the sub-10-minute fights. For this one specifically, Anotand's ability to delay Puppy's age-up for so long was just such a huge thing to accomplish. And all of that happened in this early stage of the game, like sub-15 minutes or so.
Alright, well, we've got our next civilizations and our next map, Frisian Marshes, and we get to see, finally, the Tuklak dynasty. It's been a... well, I think it's the first time today we're actually going to be seeing them, Lidicor.
I love my elephants.
Alright. Well, we've also got the Juicy that are going to be coming out as well. So, we'll wait for that game. But in the meantime, we can watch this replay here. And I think, as you mentioned, it really just came down to the control of Anotand and just how well he was doing there. Just did a wonderful job in making sure he didn't lose too many villagers and was just able to convert on Puppypaw's side. I think the highlight for me was that push underneath the town center. The fact that he was able to pause and hold for so much longer underneath that TC, delaying that age up from coming through.
The last time these two have matched up against each other was an earlier round of Road to Wololo, and that one was won by Anotand 3-2. So it went down to the final game. This is a best of 7, so still a long way to go potentially, but right now we're tied at 2. And when we look at the upcoming game, it is going to be Frisian Marshes. No Tuklak Dynasty, though. It's something that was opted for Kawasan and taken away, and opted for Frisian Marshes as well, also taken away. And on the other side, no Jushi. So, an old school-ish matchup. Jeanne d'Arc versus the Mongols. Mongols in particular being a very interesting pick for a map that sometimes goes very late, and if it does, it's something that will require walls. I have a feeling, though, Ozzy, that we're going to see faster and faster games, though, as we move on.
I think so, too. I'm just disappointed we don't get to see the Tuklak dynasty. I was so confident we were going to see them.
Well, we still could. That's the only remaining one of the new civilizations that have not been played today, but was picked for Sengoku Daimyo. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depends on who you ask. The remaining maps would be King of the Hill and Baldland. And I truly wonder whether King of the Hill would be left last, and we would just have a showdown similar to what we had in one of the earlier best of 5s, a King of the Hill finale.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like King of the Hill can really be a difficult game. I think King of the Hill is such an unforgiving map, right? Like, often in these games, even if there's a big mistake that's made, it still feels like there's an ability to come back. But on King of the Hill, if you make a big mistake and your enemy secures the middle, Nah, not happening. Not happening. Very hard to come back from. So we'll see exactly how that one plays out a little bit later. But, I mean, when it comes to these two civilizations, we've got the Mongols, an OG, versus the Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc. How do you feel? Which one do you favor? Lideker, I'm putting you on the spot. Who's going to win?
The fact that Anotand went French for his first pick, which I know is probably for King of the Hill, but nonetheless, the fact that he prioritized French makes me think that Jeanne d'Arc is also a civilization that he would be very happy to play with. I am leaning towards saying that Jeanne d'Arc is something that struggles against Mongols, though. So I just feel like based on compositions, early, mid-game should be more Mongol-sided. Late game, when you don't have any walls, I like Jeanne d'Arc a lot more. Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Yeah, it's, the longer it goes, the better it gets, I think. Especially with Jeanne d'Arc and the way that she levels up. It can be really potent, especially when you hit those early spikes. So we'll keep an eye out on whether or not that happens. I guess the other thing to note is that on maps like this, where there's typically early docks that get put down, the Mongols are probably in a bit of a better spot just because of their extra wood that they get on the start with their uvu, their barracks. They can put out a lot of work. So we'll keep an eye out for that and see whether or not he actually moves into a dock himself, Puppypaw, or whether he looks to go into a more aggressive route. But that's something that I'll be keeping a keen eye out for. Well, we still have a minute and a half left to go, so I think this is a good time to discuss what we could still see for the remainder of the series. Baldland and King of the Hill remaining. We still have Jushi, French, Rus, and HRE. Now, I presume that Anotand wants to play French on King of the Hill. But I don't think he's going to be given a choice to do that, so is he going to bring French and Rus and just say one of those two should work? On the other side, there is Delhi and the Tughlaq dynasty. So if you feel like both of those are civilizations you prefer, you can certainly guarantee one of those two to be available for one of those games.
This is a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. The way I'm thinking about it is very much, you know, you could, as you mentioned, you can play Rus, you can play Juicy on King of the Hill. No matter which civ you take there, you're going to be happy with it. By the same token, with Puppypaw, I mean, what are you looking for if you're playing King of the Hill? You're looking for probably Chinese. I mean, Chinese can be played on literally any map, but probably Chinese. Like, you don't want to be playing either of the Delhis for King of the Hill, because there's no sacred sites. I mean, there's the one sacred site, but you're not capturing the sacred site to win with the sacred site. You're capturing it for the gold. But anyway, let's get to it. I digress. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5 of the grand finals of the Road to Red Bull Wololo, Road to Londinium? Londinium, I think we got it right that time. We've got some decent players today. You may be familiar with them. We'll introduce them for you now. Spawning in the west corner of the map in the color yellow, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. It's Anotand.
And spawning in on the other side of the map with the color red, it's Puppypaw playing as the Mongols. And a distinct difference in the scouting patterns here, Aussie. Puppy looking to move across the map and steal some sheep from his opponent here. And that's a huge thing when you face Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne is a very food-heavy faction with all the night production that you need. Obviously, you will still have the dogs, you will still have some sheep and some deer. But taking away some of the sheep just makes it much, much more difficult to sustain all the night production in the long run.
Alright, well, we already see some walls coming up here for Anotand, just knowing exactly what Puppypaw is up to, what his tricks are, what his Mongol strategy is today. So, whether or not he's able to make the connection, we'll have to wait and see. But so far in, feels like it's probably going to be some aggression that we see out of Puppypaw. Check in and see, he's got a lot of villagers on wood here, 7 villagers. So quite a bit. TC sitting next to the berries and the wood line. Dock has come out as well for Puppypaw, so not going to be an early Rax, or at least not yet. Single scout for both players. Uvu is up as well. It's interesting seeing all of the dynamic thought process here between it. I was expecting very much to see early aggression coming out, but Anotand's changed his mind. Doesn't think you'll see it. Joan of Arc built those walls. I don't know whether she paid for them, whether it was Mexico, but it was in vain in the end. Anyway, age up coming through. School of Cavalry now in game number 5 here for Anotand.
I just want to touch on the walls, though. Because that's a good point that you brought up. So there were some initial palisades by Anotand on the gold mine, which was just to essentially have some kind of a defense against early aggression in case the Mongol player does that. But the walls weren't fully completed, so once Anotand was aware of the fact that there is no aggression, he just cancelled those. And you see now his gold mine is nice and clean.
Yes, it is nice and clean until the Mongols come and ruin his day. Now, there are a couple of spears out already. This is a naturally exciting counter to the School of Cavalry, having these early spears out. So, not only do we have the Uvu and the barracks in the Dark Age, we also have the fishing boats in the Dark Age with the dock in the Dark Age. So there's quite a bit that's going on here. A lot of military units, a lot of economic units, not a whole lot of tech, or at least not quite yet. But now, outpost going to be going up. And this is a good spot to throw an outpost down on the double gold. This is like, if this gets up, this is a game-winning outpost right here.
And what's cool about this outpost placement is that there are some maps where gold mine spawns or resource spawns in general are unpredictable and random. That is not the case on Frisian Marshes. Frisian Marshes is a predictable map pattern. Your golds always spawn to the front, your woodline always spawns to the back. So if you think, that your goal is going to be to play gold denial with a tower rush, that is something that you can count on to work regardless of the map generation you get for your specific tournament game.
Alright, well, spears are going to try and work down this mining camp. Khan here as well to provide a little bit of damage. Plenty of spears on the front. 6 spearmen out now for Puppypaw. Very aggressive early on. Now, there's a couple of ways that you can deal with this. I think the most common way that we see it, at least at the moment, is just a build-up of melee units. Is normally the best way to do it. You can try and ignore it if you want, but ignoring it isn't going to make the problem go away. Double spear coming out. Lidicor, you'll have to excuse me. I'm getting a little bit, what's the word? A little bit fatigued at the moment. It's, what time did I wake up? I think I woke up at about 12 a.m. So that's like 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and it's now almost 10 a.m. in the morning. So I've been going for about 10 hours now, and I haven't had any Red Bull. I'll say that right now. Even though we're casting the road to Red Bull Wololo, I haven't had Red Bull. And
that's a very smooth way to bring in the title sponsor. I'm kidding.
And now into our segue for our sponsor, London. Not really.
Sponsor London.
London. Right.
Well, this push is sponsored by archers, though, and that is, so far, a really nice set of micro here for Anotand. 2 villager kills and a tower denied, and we were looking at Puppypaw's aggression on that gold mine and saying, this could be big. But so far, it is Anotand who's really able to leverage this small initial force, using the archer version of Jean, the knight, and an extra archer to push his opponent away from gold.
Yeah, interesting that he's moved into the archer version of Jean as well. Not something that we often see, but still something that gets seen a fair bit. But yeah, now more and more units starting to come out. Interestingly, Anotand opting for the horseman, realizing, well, hold on a minute, it's not like I can make a knight. I don't have any gold to my name, so what do you want? What do you want from me? So it's going to be horsemen instead. Horsemen and archers for the moment. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, it looks like we've got some stables starting to come up here. Or is that an archery range? That could be an archery range. Hard to tell. Archery range.
What's frustrating for Puppypaw here is that as much as the gold denial game is applicable for Jeanne d'Arc, and as much as, the French players don't like losing access to gold, Same goes for the Mongols. The Mongols want to play Keshik in most cases, and not having access to this gold mine, partly because they always spawn to the front, so they're easy to aggress, means that it's very, very difficult right now for you to get Keshik out, if not impossible. And what makes this even worse is that the Ovu is to the front, so any unit that spawns at this barracks right now gets instantly picked off, as we've seen just a moment ago.
It's hard to be playing 8 minutes into a game without gold, but both of these players are doing it right now. Neither of them earning any gold. I mean, you can see Puppypaw with a little bit there in the bank, but it's all just routine stuff. Nice little snipe coming out from Joan of Arc as well. Extra experience coming in for her.
The Gur just casually passing by, saying, "Okay, I'm done, guys."
Out goes the Gur. Away from the mining camp, towards the safety of the town center.
Let me tell you, this game is starting to remind me a lot to the previous one, where, you know, Puppypaw had that early aggression in the previous game as well with the Spearmen, and it looked decent. But after that, it was Anotand in mid-late feudal, and he was able to delay Puppypaw so much. I'm starting to feel the same way right now. The Dock is gonna get harassed, gold access denied, the Ovu was taken out, and all of a sudden, especially when you consider that Jean is midway through level 3, and with Anotand securing a new gold deposit, I feel like Anotand is picking up pace here.
I was going to say the same thing. He's definitely looking a lot healthier now. Keep in mind, he hasn't actually taken any of his own docks. Oh, actually, no, I take it back. I think he's only just started on that dock to the south of his position. But yeah, not a huge amount of docks up just yet. Dow does come out, though. Puppypaw looking to try and keep it alive a little bit longer than what we expected. 3 fishing boats do pop back out and say thank you for the fish. Another dock now for him. That's going to be the second one.
Yeah, Anotand does not have a good food eco. He's on berries, which is a very bad thing to do as a French player or as a Jeanne d'Arc player at minute 10. But, well, so far that's all that he has. It's actually turning into a very, very messy and chaotic game. Kind of in the likes of, I would say, the third game that we had.
We'll see how it goes down. Joan of Arc going to be focused by the outpost. You can see the horseman moving as well. Definitely Puppypaw trying to pick off Joan of Arc. She's down to pretty low health right now. She's going to be able to make the connection almost certainly. Indeed, he does. Now she's on cooldown. Oh. Did I lag out right there, Lidicor, or was that us together lagging?
Oh, we're good. We're all good.
Okay.
Very spearman-heavy comp here for Puppypaw. He does have 14 archers as opposed to Anotand's 8. So, army count is now much, much better for Puppy, and that's a misplay by Anotand. I think he did not want to jump out. Lost a villager.
Lost 2. And now archers in the middle. Managing to get some decent damage on the spears. Puppypaw definitely gaining a little bit of composure here at the 11th minute mark. When it comes to population, he's up by 10 points at this stage. So that's slightly bigger economic advantage and a much bigger military advantage. A lot of archers on the field.
Yeah, Anotand is able to start producing knights again, but he was delayed quite a bit in doing so. And we always talk about this. Knight and archer usually gets beaten by spearman horseman. Puppypaw already has some spears and horsemen, whereas Anotand is just now starting to make the knights. I just feel like, now that the pressure is gone from in front of Puppypaw's base, his position is becoming better and better. In fact, he's piling up food for what could be Castle Age, perhaps.
Yeah, that could definitely be it. He's got 10 vills on gold, so I think you might be right. I mean, why else would you have 10 vills on gold? That's a lot of villages. I mean, he's also got 21 vills on food, though, so, or on wood, rather.
Yeah, but
so maybe
10 villagers on gold,
ideas.
especially when you're not making any Keshik, I think that's a sign that Puppypaw might be thinking castle.
I think you might be right. Anotand taking a little step back for the moment as well. Khan moving away. Continuing the kiting, continuing the fighting. Joan of Arc sitting at about 50 to 60% experience at the moment. Movement speed has been popped. And now the spears together with the horsemen, able to chase away the knights. Big army moving out here. A lot of infantry. Not very mobile, but potent army nonetheless. Now these knights going to get caught. One of them going to get skewered in particular. He's going to go down. Two more to the south of the map still alive. Still able to survive for now. Now Archer v Archer. Puppypaw with quite a few archers out on the map. 22 at the moment. Able to deflect the majority of this attack. And Joan of Arc's going to get focused down once again. He's so annoying, isn't he? Focusing down that Joan of Arc every single time. You know, last time it was with the outpost. Then it was with the horsemen. Now it's with the archers. Always looking to try and find that snipe.
Nice little trade here for Puppypaw. He's focusing on the archers as he should. The knight, I mean, if the archers are not engaging, he can kill the knight, but otherwise he should just be focusing the archers, trading it off. He's not sending the horseman back home to defend, though, and the fact that he's holding this and at the same time harassing the opponent with the horseman just makes you feel like now Puppypaw is picking up pace. Started to add Kashyyyk as well. Still has 10 villagers on gold, though, which is just kind of awkward when you consider how little of that he's actually spending.
Yeah, where is all that gold going? Because he's got a whole bunch of vills on gold. That should be like, what, 400 gold a minute. And he doesn't have a whole lot of gold in the bank. So, surely he's not much.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's where the gold's going.
You gotta credit the observers for this. That was perfect timing out there. Demo just sinking all of those horsemen, and that's the kind of momentum swing that you need, honestly, if you're Anotand. All the horsemen from Puppypaw are gone, and remember, Jean is getting close to level 3.
Yeah, that was very, very impactful. Quite literally. Managing to keep that position alive and dishing out that damage as well. I like the fact that we've got the galley over here in this pond, just in case. But Puppypaw, with the military count, definitely starting to drop down quite a bit. Only the 14 archers out at the moment. But take a look at the macro. 43 vills on food, 11 villagers on gold. This guy wants to age up. Jeez, he can go Imperial with this kind of macro.
On the other side, Anotand was out of food for quite some time. He just sent a bunch of villagers to that deer pack. But for a minute or so, he had basically no food income. So he's certainly struggling to get sufficient food income to mass-produce the knights. And he's certainly nowhere close to Costal Age right now, whereas the Step Redoubt is on the way for Puppy.
Yes, Step Redoubt up in about 35 seconds now. 13 villagers on it, so definitely be getting it up relatively quickly. Checking in with Anotand, though. How's he doing? He's got the scout out at the moment, just looking to try and find any information that he can. But the Kashyyyk's going to end that life quite early on. So Puppypaw will lead here with the advantage. It's not really like he's got a composition that can necessarily do too much damage at this stage, which I guess makes sense considering he's going Step Redoubt and not going into anything more aggressive like the Kurultai. Page up now through for Puppypaw. Where does he go from here? What does he look to do? Probably going to be looking for veterancy on archers. Indeed, it's veterancy on archers, veterancy on horsemen, and moving the Step Redoubt just a little bit. Expect to see him move or transition quite a few villagers over onto gold. That's normally what we see players do. Then expect them to build a market, and then utilize that gold that they're gathering to purchase a whole bunch of wood, which will allow them to build things like the prayer tent and allow them to get out onto the map and start taking those relics.
Yeah, momentum is starting to swing in the favor of Puppypaw now, and it doesn't help that Anotand was struggling with food and gold, so he doesn't have a lot of knights to roam around. 6 knights at minute 17 is not something that you're happy about. And it kind of restricts his ability to try and just raid his way back into this game. In this position, ideally, he would just be running around with the knights, killing villagers, but you do not really see that happening.
Yeah, it is very much... It feels like a bit of a closed-off game. I mean, we've only had 3 eco kills from both players so far. But looks like another one about to happen right now. Maybe even a second one as well. Might lose the knight for it if you tried for that last hit. But yes, definitely doing the right thing in backing away from that position. Keshik's now chasing away this knight from the north. Veterancy has arrived. Anotand not even considering going into Castle Age, just maintaining a head course, excuse me, steady course. Steady course.
Look at what he did instead, though. In an instant, he's up to 13 knights, and Jeanne d'Arc is very close to level 3. This is not just a, oh, what do I do? Let's stay in feudal decision. This is very much a, this is the timing that I'm looking for. Is now I have all these knights on the field, and I can time a fight such that Jeanne gets level 3 and I can dominate that fight. Remember, French knights, they're feudal age units, but they're certainly better than most feudal age units are.
Yes, absolutely on the money. All right, let's see whether or not he's able to do it. You can see Jeanne's probably got about 2 more kills, and then she'll be leveling up. So, yeah, as you mentioned, what you're doing is looking to start a fight while she's level 2, and then as the kills come, Joan of Arc will hopefully level up, and then you can level her up, and she'll be very comfy in these fights. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I feel like Anotand was just waiting for his opponent to dive. I think he was waiting for this exact moment to jump his opponent where there is no place to retreat. And Jeanne indeed is level 3. Here it comes. And this could be an awesome fight for Anotand. On the other side, there are 10 crossbows, but I don't think all of them are on the field right now. In fact, I don't think this army has more than like 5.
It always seems that way, but crossbows are sneaky. I guess maybe when you're watching the Juicy Legacy or the Chinese, it can be hard to pick out, but yeah, you're not wrong. All right, well, retreat continues. Puppypaw moving away from that front line. He falls back to a couple of outposts. Let's bring it in place.
Yeah, that's where the crossbows are at. You can see them rallying up north. Now he's got the crossbows to try and hold this. Not a lot of front line in front, though.
Anotand trying to pick off those units towards the back. Still committing 100% to this feudal age play. So not looking to get particularly aggressive with the prospect of like battering rams or anything like that, but just a good old classic unit composition.
What's tricky about this is that now the archers from Puppypaw will withstand a lot of the arrow fire from Anotand's archers, and Anotand needs those archers to pick off the crossbows. That's the only way it's going to work out. It's 9 crossbows only, though. Some of them were picked off, and 9 crossbows against 22 knights plus Jeanne d'Arc? That does not feel sufficient, and now the villagers do get caught in the crossfire.
Once the villager numbers start to go down, which is exactly what we've seen here, 13 villagers now taken out, even though we're at 20 minutes, things start to get quite a bit worse. And Anotand now inside the base of Puppypaw. Puppypaw struggling to field a real defense here. Begins to make his way towards the woodline. I can't help but feel like it's probably going to be a tap out coming through in the next couple of seconds. How do you deal with all of these knights in the base?
There is no one at home defending for Puppy, and the timing push is working out perfectly. The villagers have nowhere to go. There is no army left there. What a beautiful push here by Anotand. Just a textbook execution of this level 3 Jeanne d'Arc knight timing.
Yeah, it's very powerful, isn't it? But we now start to see even more damage put out. You know, we were talking earlier about how it's hard to determine what the power level, what the power state is during a game, but it feels like one of these games where you probably know what the power state is. This is a tournament game, so you want to make sure that you really are putting your best foot forward.
Puppy actually got a conversion of 1 archer with that Wololo, and that is now 20% of his standing army. I think that tells you everything you need to know about the state of his base. I cannot imagine him doing anything other than typing GG at this point. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to fall back to. He's got 54 population against 120 villagers just running around like headless chicken, and he's still up against 24 knights.
Yeah, that's the big problem, right? And this has always been the issue with knights and knight superiority, is in the event you lose your spears, and your spears are tasked to kill the enemy knights, you're dead. Because the knights will kill the spears, or what's left of them, and then they will just kill everything else, and you're dead. So we're in that exact situation right here, as Puppypaw types in the G's and realizes he's dead. Anotand takes the lead 3-2 in the road to Red Bull Londinium. Londinium.
Here is something to think about for you, Ozzy.
Okay,
the last time these two matched up in one of the earlier rounds of Road to Wololo, it was a best of 5 and Anotand won 3-2. We're sitting at 3-2, but this is a best of 7. And Puppypaw was down 2-0 against Lucifron earlier today. He managed to come back 3-2. Does Puppypaw have another comeback in him? He's got no more room for error because it is match point for Anotand. Anotand has been in the finals of the qualifying round twice out of the previous 3 weeks, but he never managed to secure a ticket. Can he finally seal the deal and get his ticket to London?
Let's see whether or not it's going to be happening because, well, it all comes down to this, doesn't it? Match point. We're finally here. It's been a tight run up until this stage, but this could be it. It could all come down to this. He's gotten so close. He's flown so close 3 times, as he mentioned. Could it be the lucky day? Gosh, look at this final fight. Well, not even fight. Look at this final engagement. It's not a fun one, is it? It's not a pretty one. When these knights are in the base and you just know that there's no way, no place that you could even potentially deal with them. Very well controlled coming out from Anotand. And we've got our potential final game coming up. It's going to be on Baldland. It's going to be the Delhi Sultanate against the Chinese. The Delhi Sultanate against the French. A classic matchup. Oh, don't you love to see it? I love the classic civs, man. I tell you what, it's going to be 2036, and they'll have added 2 new civilizations. We'll have a total of 48 civilizations, and I'll still be talking about how the OG civilizations are the best ones. And oh, Delhi versus English. I remember this matchup back in my day.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like that, you know. And I'm not gonna lie, when this game came out, you had 8 civs, and I was like, a lot of stuff missing from the game in terms of the civilizations. And I did not think that we were gonna be up to however many civilizations we have right now. I don't even know the exact count. We have 22. That's what the production is telling me. For context, that is on the scale of what Age of Empires 2 had back when it was released with its expansion pack in the late 90s. And then it did not have anything added until like the definitive editions whatsoever. So for a long time AoE fan like myself, an AoE 2 fan as well, you know, 20 civs, that feels like it's an awful lot. It gives you a lot of variety. And you also have to factor in the fact that all of these civilizations are distinct in AoE 4. This is not a copy-paste kind of a game. It has a great level of variety, and each of these civilizations being unique just adds so much complexity to the tournaments now.
My main question is, how many voice lines did those AoE 2 civs have? Checkmate, atheists. Anyway, we move on. We move forward.
I don't know. All I know is that I'm still hoping that one day I can be a voice line in AoE 4.
Yeah, I think you could. We can put you in as like an Abbasid villager.
I was thinking about being a boar.
A boar? Okay, I'll be the Abbasid villager. Alright, nobody look. Ah! Nailed it. That's the Abbasid female villager completing House 3 voice line. That's the sound she makes. Go on, check it. It's in there.
Either way. Or you know what else I would love to do? Looks like Drongo's gonna be gone, but you know what else would be fun to do?
This is just the truth. I'm an Abbasid flag now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so the other thing I would love to do is draw a flag for the game. I'm pretty sure I could draw the Abbasid flag from memory.
Yeah, yep, I think you could. I can do it. My memory's terrible, so you absolutely could do it.
How many flags would you draw from memory, though? Because I can also draw the English.
Oh, now it gets hard, because I'm thinking I'm like, okay, the Delhi Sultanate, yeah, you can do that. Tuklag, yep. Holy Roman Empire, yeah. Order of the Dragon.
If you
they got
can
that
draw
weird snake
HRE,
thing.
that would be sick.
How about the Order of the Dragon? What have they got in the middle?
Well, it's a dragon. Either way, we're heading into game number 6 here. Anotand with the match point. It's one game that counts for him. All that matters is this one game, and he can punch his ticket to London as the final participant for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. We head into game number 6.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 6. This game is technically, legally, it is actually a match point game. That means that in the event that the player with 3 points wins, they will go to 4 points, and this best of 7 will be over 4-2. Puppypaw, of course, being the player with 2 points, doesn't want that to happen. So he's going to do his best to put his best paw forward and make sure that that he wins. That's what he's going to try and do. Anyway, let's get into it. We've got 2 civilizations, 2 players, 2 different colors. Now it's time for you to find out who is who. For our audio-only listeners, spawning in on the east side of the map in the color red, playing as the Delhi Sultanate. We've got Puppypaw.
And on the other side, it is Anotand with the color yellow playing as the French, now up 1 game against Puppypaw. They played a best of 5 in one of the earlier weeks. That one was won by Anotand 3-2. But this time around, he needs to win 4 games to advance to the London main event. This is his final challenge, and for Puppypaw, he needs to channel whatever he had in him when he made a reverse sweep happen against Lucifron earlier today. He needs 2 in a row to finish this series, turn things around, and get himself a ticket to join his brother in London, because Wham is already qualified. I'm sure Puppypaw would love to be there with him.
Yes, it would suck a lot if your brother went and you didn't. That would suck quite a bit. So I'm sure Puppypaw is going to be doing his best. Now, you guys will note that the UI is missing at the moment. Do not fret. We will fix that UI up very, very soon. I can already hear our production behind the scenes saying, What? The UI? Oh, no, the UI. Don't worry. They're fixing it up right now. We got the age-ups on the way. Dome of the Faith for the Delhi Sultanate. School of Cavalry for the French. And no real surprises here at all, Littlecore. This is par for the course. Standard as what you'd expect when it comes to this matchup. In fact, not just this matchup. Any game where you saw the French, you'd be very surprised if they didn't go the School of Cavalry. The same with the Dome of the Faith. And honestly, that's one of the things that I'd like to see different about in Age of Empires 4. I mean, the devs change landmarks all the time, right? Like, hear me out. They change landmarks all the time, give them a little bit of balance, but every time you do that, even just like a small little bit, it just goes in the other way. Like, completely. Like, when was the last time you saw the Archon Chapel built? Exactly. It's because mine work is so far in favor. But anyway, who knows? Maybe we'll see some redesigns for some of these landmarks soon.
Now, I think there's an interesting point to be talked about here, Ozzy, and that's the fact that Anotand is playing French. This was his first overall civilization pick. And because Sengoku Daimyo wasn't taken away from him, he opted to pick this civ over Sengoku Daimyo before the subsequent ban happened. He prioritized French above all civilizations, and we were theory crafting about the possibility of French potentially being a pick for King of the Hill should this game go into game number 7. But it looks like he's just gonna be playing French over here. I wonder what the mindset was. Perhaps, and this is an interesting thing to think about, you pick 2 civilizations, one of them gets sniped away. Maybe he had a civ that he just loved for Baldland, and he just had French that he loved in general. That was his first overall pick. So whatever gets banned, he's gonna be able to take the other. And I think the last civilization that Anotand still has is the Tughluq dynasty, so should this game go into, or should this set go into game number 7, that could also be a candidate to be played.
Indeed, it could. Yes, I do like the fact that this is the very first civ he picked. So you would naturally assume that that's... Look, it's not always going to be the best civ, because you don't always pick your best civ whenever you've got first pick. Like, you might pick a civ that your opponent's very good at, or you might pick a civilization that's very flexible with the maps that you've got. But you would expect that this is civilization he is going to feel so damn good about playing right now. The fact that he can get hit a match point and have kept this in the back pocket so that he could just pull it out right now. Yeah, it's good. Okay, well, at this stage, we've got a whole bunch of upgrades on the way through for Puppypaw. It doesn't look like he's forgotten a single one. You see Sanctity, as well as all 3 eco upgrades now on the way. No professional scouts just yet. Meanwhile, Textiles coming through for Anotand. Interesting decision for this early Textiles as he picks up 1 early villager kill. We see that body laying there on the ground. A sad state of affairs for that villager's family.
Speaking of which, there is retaliation coming towards the deer pack, and we've seen this multiple times today. Players moving out to that mid-map deer pack or board, depending on what's available, to get that early eco boost in Dark Age. And it looks like for now, Puppy is just going to play standard Spearman. Eventually, he's going to start mixing in Ghazi Raiders, though. And when that happens, that composition is just so much better than Knight and Archer. Do keep in mind, Ghazi Raiders get a bonus against Knights, so it's even better than just standard Horseman Archer.
Indeed, yes, it is. It's particularly strong. So, something to be watching out for, something to be aware of. But now, underneath the town center, the villagers managed to retreat. No damage taken at the moment. Stable now going to be thrown down here by Puppypaw as he looks to escalate things. The gold, of course, being isolated, but we do have archers on the way for Anotand, so he'll be able to repel this shortly. Spearman number looking very healthy for Puppypaw.
I feel like we're seeing a repeat of the previous game here. Puppypaw being able to deny the gold away from the French player. Nice little micro there by Anotand, by the way, pulling away the injured knight. Second one also gets away. So clean so far, and it's all about preserving those knights if you're the French player. You cannot afford to have those stabbed down in early game.
Indeed. It's, yeah. And it's not only just keeping it alive, it's also making sure that you don't lose a lot of health on it. Just, obviously, you can heal them back up, but it takes a long time, and it's much better if you just don't take the hits. Professional Scouts now going to be coming in as well for Puppypaw. 7 minutes 40 into the game, so a bit of a late Professional Scouts, but it's still going to be welcomed here. And just the 3 scholars for the moment. Now, keep in mind, he does have Sanctity research, but we don't see any stepping on sacred sites just yet. 2 sacred sites out in the middle, but yeah, no presence just at this stage.
Yeah, one difference between this game and the previous one is that this time around the gold mines are a lot more split up. So it's not like Anotand is being fully denied away from the gold like in the previous game. He does have that gold mine at the back, and frankly, he's playing French, so it's not like a big thing to move to the other gold mine and drop another drop-off site.
We'll see how he looks to go, and we've got another stable being thrown down here by Anotand. So, looking to double down on the cavalry.
He's playing full knights. Which is funny because Puppy's playing full spearmen. Barely any Ghazi Raiders out there.
But it's one of those things, like, I don't know about you, Liticor, but I've played so many games. I'm thinking about one game I played against Louis MT, where he just made knights only, and he beat me. And that game has haunted me for a long time, and I often think about it, especially when I'm trying to fall asleep at night. And this is one of those cases where I feel like that could be a relevant traumatic experience, because here we've got a player, Anotand, who's just going to be building a whole bunch of knights, maybe a couple archers here or there, and I reckon he'll be easily able to defeat those spearmen, as long as he controls well. Archer tower, excuse me, arrow tower, arrow slit on the tower, able to take out the spear. Knights repelling the Ghazi Raiders. And for the moment, both players just holding on as the first of the sacred sites comes through. Now, keep in mind there's only 2 sacred sites on this map. No third sacred site you typically see on most maps. Some maps obviously only have 1 sacred site, King of the Hill. But today, it is a 2s game, which means it's slightly easier for Delhi Sultanate to hold the sacred sites, but at the same time, it's slightly worse for them to maintain the sacred sites, just primarily because they're getting less gold than what you'd normally see.
And that's a big thing. As you said, you cannot cap, or your cap is not at 3 sacred sites, so the maximum amount of gold income you can get from that is lower. But those 2 sacred sites are closely packed together, and if you control both, and have a decent mid-map presence with your army, you can start the timer and still get a decent influx of gold.
Okay. Spearmen have moved out together with the scholar. Slowly taking that sacred site. But towards the south, we don't see too much progression. Knights are going to try and bypass this front area. We can see them scooting on through. He's found a couple of spears in here. He's going to go for the charge. We'll be able to clean them up. It's a classic case of if you can take out a spear here, then you won't have to fight against it when it joins the main pack.
Yeah, this is actually a lucky setup for Puppypaw, because instead of the knights heading towards the berry pack to the right, they went and chased that spearman. If those spearmen weren't there, perhaps the knights would have gone all the way to the east and hit the berry villagers.
You can always extrapolate it, though, and say, well, he's got walls to the south and walls to the north. What's the chances that maybe he got trapped inside behind the walls and lost all of his knights? So perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
And he sees that mill being out there, so he knows fully well where his opponent is at. But you get the feeling that Anotand is not really trying to engage whatsoever, not even try to raid. He's really just trying to build a death ball of knights, which is fundamentally different from how knights used to be played. Back in the days, it was raid, 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 slowly grind down your opponent. Now, it feels like Anotand is playing in a way that he's just trying to reach that critical mass where he just overwhelms the opponent, regardless of how many spears or how many Ghazi Raiders the opponent has. Plus, of course, he's also waiting for extra archers to come in to snipe the spears with.
Indeed. Yes, the numbers continue building. Have a look, by the way, at the way Puppypaw is playing this. 31 spears. I love how... What's the opposite of safe? No, well, I guess he's technically playing it very safe, isn't he? By over-making spears. Well, you'd look at that normally and say that's over-making spears, but... I mean, you've got so many knights that are already out here, but speaking of knights, have a look at this wonderful little trade that they've got. Get some decent damage in. Normally for a trade or a fight like that, you'd be happy to take it, but he's going to back out for the moment. Archer numbers are building up as well for him. He's up to 14 archers now.
Yeah, this is a double-edged sword here for Puppypaw. He's certainly anticipating your opponent to go super heavy on the knights, and I don't know if he's seen the archers before. Has he? Because if he does not expect the archers to be around, this could be a nasty surprise.
Indeed. You can see him looking... There we
Saw
go.
the
So he
range.
does see the range, yeah.
Although that doesn't mean anything necessarily. It could easily be a bait. But yeah, he
Yes.
probably has at least an idea of the fact that some archers are coming.
Indeed. It is a unit that we can build in the Feudal Age, and we are in the Feudal Age, so... It's one of those things we do have to be considerate of. But up to 36 spears now. Another beautiful engagement right there from Puppypaw. Getting some decent damage off on that single knight. Now a little bit of a potential reroute around the back. He spots out some scouts, and now all of a sudden, he thinks he's got him in between a rock and a hard place. There's an awful lot of missing units here, and he commits hard with all of these knights. Now looking to retreat the Ghazi Raiders. He's going to need to run a screen for them, and there we go with the knights looking to screen the Ghazi Raiders. Archer's going to continue teeing off towards each of these individual spears, taking them out one by one. Beautiful focus coming through. He's got 22 archers on the board at the moment and continues to kite away. You can see part of the reason why this combination is so feared amongst top-level players. As the French, the archers together with the knights just working so well together, and naturally Puppypaw falls back. He says, oh, I don't know about this, but now that gives the chance the knights to begin the charge, working towards the central sacred site. He's not going to follow it up all the way, though, or at least not for the moment. Lidicor, jeez, it's a beautiful textbook case of micro coming out from Anotand, isn't it?
And this could be dangerous for Puppy. He's trying to age up, but you know how it is with Delhi, especially when you only have 6 scholars. It takes a long time to get those upgrades, and you just lost the battle. That was a loss. And Anotand still has 15 knights standing, 22 archers. It seems like the thing that you pointed out, the fact that he's super heavy into spearmen has kind of hit him in the back in a way. I feel like if he had slightly more Ghazi, slightly less spearmen, this could have been a different fight. Especially because the Ghazi Raiders, they do bonus damage against the knights, so they're not terrible when it comes to fighting them.
Yeah, it's definitely very much the case. We do have that age up that's coming through now as well for Puppypaw. This could serve as another opportunity, potentially, for Anotand to try and strike, though I will note it appears he is also looking for an age up as well. So Castle Age arrives, House of Learning is completed, and immediately we now see on the other side the landmark thrown down. It's going to be the guild hall that's thrown down for Anotand. So he's just going to fall back, not look to go all in. I think he definitely could have looked to have all in right there. Almost 100%.
I think so too. I was surprised how passive he was after winning that battle. Perhaps he thought there was going to be a second layer behind this. But Puppypaw was the first to reach Castle Age, and he goes unpunished for it. He tried to go for the relics, but that's not really going to happen. The first scholar gets intercepted. There is one going from home from down south. I think that one is going to get picked off by the converging archers too. And Guildhall is up. Veterancy for the Knights coming in, but you're not going to have Royal Bloodlines here. He opted to go with the Eco choice, not the Army choice here. No Royal Institute coming in.
Yeah, interesting decision, especially considering where he was at, because to me it felt like he had a significant army advantage after that one, Anotand did. But continues moving forward now. Upgrades for the Knights now arriving. Veterancy has come through. Lance is joining the field, and he's lost a couple of Knights down to the south here. Two of them do go down, but he's picking up some Ghazi Raiders in the middle, +2 range attack also coming in for him. Meanwhile, Veterancy coming through for Puppypaw. So looking to pick up some additional key upgrades. He's also obviously picking up heaps of other things like pikes, as well as some additional armor upgrades. Veterancy about to arrive for these archers. That'll give them a nice little boost to their baseline damage, as well as +2, which is on the way, about 30 seconds out for that one. And we've definitely got a push towards the top side. What are these spears doing? You guys are going in the wrong direction, but Puppypaw reckons it's the right direction. I mean, you know, we've got this forward vision with the core.
Puppy is kind of losing units in small groups, and that's getting concerning. The Ghazi Raiders, they got taken out quickly now. This is a nice retaliation here. Anotand is a little slow to react. Boy, he's very slow to react. I don't think he even noticed at this point. Finally pulls away the villagers. But still, nice little swing in from this side. Puppy's just trying to create chaos by being all over the map. I think Anotand can clean these groups up as long as he knows where they are, which I think has been the main limitation so far.
Indeed. Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for him, especially now with the Lancers coming out, but Anotand's going to do his best to try and hold. All of his army's been brought back to the main base now. So he's looking to try and solidify. We see elephants now also coming out for Puppypaw. So he is very much looking to capitalize on this Castle Age presence.
Yeah, Puppypaw has done a really good job just forcing the issue and forcing Anotand to chase him. I think Anotand would benefit a lot from at least partial walling. Kind of how Puppypaw did this. Because I think once the walls are up and once Puppypaw is not dictating the tempo of the game, the French Knights would, at least you would think, reign supreme. But the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm starting to be concerned for Anotand, because really, his knight production is non-existent now. He doesn't have any food because of all the harassment, and I feel like a snowball is starting to roll.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Puppypaw, it feels like he's slowly wearing him down each little attack that he's doing, and here's another great example of that, where Lancers are just able to pick up these archers that are just in no man's land, and it's just kind of like, well, why? Like, these archers are important. It's not like we're just throwing away archers because we've hit Castle Age and we don't need them anymore. There's nothing that's going to replace these. We're going to have to make more.
The lack of walls for Anotand is just frustrating in so many ways. He's also forced to make a farm transition, which is suboptimal at this time of the game. Though he does have the guild hall, and that's going to help quite a bit. When you can pull that food out, that can easily swing the game around. For the time being, his knight production kind of stalled out, and if you look at the overall military, Lancer/Knight count is the same, but Puppypaw still has 30 spearmen to work with as well.
Indeed, yeah. And I think the other thing with the guild hall that's great about it is you can very much play around it and prep for it, and it kind of gives you a free age up in a way, in the sense that as long as you gather up the 1200 gold needed, you can just click a button and then all of a sudden you've got enough to go into Imperial Age. So that can be very nice to help macro with, but for the most part,
this is what Anotand needed. I'm actually surprised he's afraid of just 2 Lancers and an Elephant. But this is what Anotand needs to kind of come back in this game. Needs these raids. And that is where you see all the value for these walls for Puppy. He's nowhere near fully walled, but just by limiting the options on the flanks, he's forcing Anotand to run up the middle. And that's not something that Anotand wants to do. In contrast, Anotand's base is wide open and he's getting punished for it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a key component of it. That's part of the reasons why it's so important just to wall the flanks. You know, you don't have to wall the middle, but if you wall the flanks, it's just going to limit the amount of places that your enemy can attack. It means it's much easier for you to react, and much harder for them to get in and penetrate through to the base. Now those knights on the north make their way down south. Look at Puppypaw, just how aggressive he's been throughout this game. Picks up another 2 villagers right there and then. Also see the Monk going down. Spears chasing it away. He's taken out a lot of villagers this game.
Yeah, it's starting to snowball out of control real bad here for Anotand. His military production is handcuffed by the fact that his eco is constantly forced to run. And to be honest, to some extent that's a self-inflicted wound because, as you said, the fact that we have 0 walls whatsoever just makes it impossible to protect every single one of these resource deposits all the time.
Yeah. It can be very, very difficult, especially considering how mobile this army is from Puppypaw. He's just on from every angle, so it can be difficult keeping track of them. But now looking to come in from behind, a whole bunch of knights. Not going to be going in, not taking the connection on the charge right there. A lot of Arbitria coming up the rear as well. So he hasn't made a single archer since that one time I quipped him about losing the archers. He's only been making Arbitria. So he said, you know what, we can replace those archers with better units. It's going to be the Arbitria. So let's see how he looks to connect this. That is a lot of villagers
on stone. Maybe a little too heavy. That's certainly
that might be every villager that he's got. 44 villagers on that one stone outcropping. Oh my god, is he going to go all in right here? He's just taken out the food as well. Oh, I think he's going all in. He's going to go throw a keep down on the enemy base.
Is he going to do that, though?
I mean, you got
I don't know if it's going to be a keep on the enemy base. I think it might just be a little bit more conservative. If he can stabilize his situation, I think he needs the gold mine. I think that's the jackpot to the north. The gold mines by the market. Because it's one thing that he doesn't have a lot of food. He can still survive on farms, but he's running out of gold, and that's a bigger problem.
Only 0 wood a minute as well, with 106 wood in the bank, by the way. So it's only just been able to afford putting down that mining camp towards that north. Which I think you're correct. He's gone and looked to try and get access to that gold vein.
Now, one thing that needs to be said here is that now that Puppypaw is running out of resources inside his own base, he also needs to move out. So those walls that were really good on the flanks so far, they'll become a little bit more obsolete. And we are actually having a big move out to the large gold mine down south. Speaking of the move out, though, once again, Puppypaw swings in with the cavalry, and it's actually remarkable that Anotand only lost 11 villagers in this game. It felt like he was constantly running for his life.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It really did feel like that. And the fact that he's been able to keep it alive for this long, it's been impressive. I mean, Puppypaw's tried to scrap it away from him. Now, I do also have some key information here from our production that Grubby has just sent through a raid. So, Grubby, I don't know whether or not you're still here, but if you are, mate, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Been a long time since I've seen Grubby, but I tell you what, he's always going hard, so it's great to see him still active and still kicking.
Big batch of berry villagers to the north. That's the lifeline that Anotand needs. He spots the castle. If he can hit those villagers, that could easily be his kind of springboard to come back in this game. He needs to find a way to just get some kind of momentum, I feel, because right now, on an equal footing economically, Puppypaw is just dominating with the tempo, and Puppy is aging to Imperial here. You gotta find something very soon if you're Anotand.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's gotta be a way for you to be able to crack this. He's also taken the food out of the guild hall as well, which means that the prospect, the reality of him being able to do anything with that is very, very limited. So for Puppypaw now, hitting Imperial Age shortly will guarantee that, I mean, this almost feels like, if I had a little percentage meter at the top, I'd be saying Puppypaw looking to win this game about 75% chance, 80% chance, somewhere in that region.
Yeah, but Anotand is going to age, and I think he wanted to drop a Red Palace on the southern sacred site. He's got some presence up here to try and deny this one. A Red Palace on the other one would have helped a lot, and in fact, that's where the landmark is going up. He's just not using the villagers from the north. He spotted this army to the north as well, so he knows fully well that it's not going to be contested. He is going to be able to squeeze in the Red Palace down south.
Yeah, wow. All right, so Red Palace going down on the south side, basically nullifying any prospect of sacred victory coming through from the Delhi Sultanate to their demise, to their disappointment. Only a handful of villages down here, though. Just the 8 building. Oh, it'll be going up shortly. Probably sitting at about 13 in that region. All the upgrades on the way through. How many scholars are we looking at? We're looking at 23 scholars for Puppypaw. So that means upgrades are going to come through very quickly in the Imperial Age. And this is actually one of the key things that Delhi have got an advantage with. When you hit Imperial Age, normally you've got a very high scholar count. That means that your upgrades are going to research faster. So while everybody else is going to have to pay up front for those upgrades, you've already paid up front for your scholars, which means you're now going to be picking them up cheaper, well, for free, rather, in this circumstance. That means that you can literally click every single technology and just click, 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 and just grab it and be a happy little camper.
Finally, some wars are coming up down south. They're a little too late, but once they finish, it's going to be a huge one. And I just want to point something out, Ozzy. The Red Palace is going to deny a lot of the wood down south, and there is presence of a keep from Anotand on the northern wood line. This map, once you get to Imperial, is actually a very wood-deprived map. And that is going to be a consideration, especially because Puppypaw hasn't made a full farm transition yet. He's still out on the hunt, he's still out on the berries, whereas Anotand now has a fully set up food eco, although it's not super powerful, it's only like 700 per minute.
Indeed, yes. But he's slowly getting there, and he's got the guild hall, 1400 food in it, ready to go. So that's definitely going to be a factor as well, but yeah, I mean, at this stage, 83 vils, it's a decent-sized economy that he's got. It's just the fact that he's been on 1 TC for a long part of this game, and now you're going to have to fend off against a person who is putting down multiple keeps. Obviously, village fortresses is in play here as well, which means you've gone from 1 TC to the equivalent of like 3 to 4 TCs in just an overnight moment. So, yeah.
Only 11 knights for Anotand. He is almost exclusively playing Arbaletier, which is actually a very good general purpose unit here. On the other hand, I feel like we have to say that the military slider is a little inflated by the fact that you've got 27 scholars, which actually count as military. So the actual real military count of Puppypaw isn't as huge, and most of that is actually spearmen.
But the good news is once you research everything, then that military count all of a sudden actually becomes real. Because now you can pull them out of your madrasa or your mosque and actually use them on the battlefield.
He does have a little swing around here. He's looking for farmers in the corner, but, well, farmers are not in the corner because Anotand never built up a farming eco there.
Alright, so before any more fights break out, I will just say right now, guys, it's been a pleasure to cast today, but unfortunately, I've got a doctor's appointment in 7 minutes, so I've got to go and attend to that. So Cow is going to be stepping in to cast the remainder of this game, this series, and, well, it was lovely to see you all. Thank you for welcoming us back, Liticor. It was a pleasure to cast with you, and good luck for the rest of these games, however they go. Cow, are you there? Can you hear me, Cow? I can't hear the cow, so I'm just gonna... I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
Alright, into these fights we go here as we have our tech stuff sorting things out. Food eco for Anotand is still looking miserable, and while all of that was unfolding, there was just an absolute slaughter of knights inside the base of Anotand. Spearmen accompanying these lancers just helped clean this up, and it looks like Anotand didn't have the support forces to deal with the spears. All the knights are now gone. Push coming up the middle here by Puppypaw. Population is just looking so much healthier. Upgrades all fixed in. it really feels like this could go all the way down to 7 games. Arbitrary holding their ground right here. Keep still providing that strong point, but you just have that feeling that you had in the Kawasan game. Anotand is holding, but he's not thriving, and slowly Puppypaw is grinding him down.
Yeah, and hello everyone. Awkward moment to jump in here, but yeah, this fight is going really, really well for Anotand, honestly, being able to clear this up on the front side, but I don't know, I'm kind of scared here.
Well, you're probably scared if you were Anotand. I think if you're Puppy, you are more than delighted because you're just taking this into game number 7 at this pace. A cleanup of the crossbows is just happening as we speak. Gazi Raider is just making minced meat out of them. And with that, it looks very much like once again these two will take it to a decider game. One game shall decide who is going to London, who is getting the final ticket to Red Bull Wololo Londinium.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's looking really exciting here. At the start of the game, to be honest, like watching it from behind the scenes, of course, before I was actually having to cast, it was kind of like, okay, well, I mean, it's going pretty well for Puppy, right? And it's like, okay, it's going pretty well for Anotand now. And then Drongo is like, oh, okay, I gotta go very shortly. And then suddenly it's, oh, this game is going long.
It's been a long day, and I think both the players are feeling it. I don't know if this game was a unique one in that regard for Anotand, or whether he's truly feeling the fatigue, but you certainly felt like the raids hit very, very hard in this game for him. And it certainly felt like he struggled to contain them a lot more than he did in the previous games, or even the previous series that he played today.
Yeah, I mean, so far, right, I honestly do not know what time we started. If I do some quick maths there, actually, on the games here real quick, I mean, we've had a 40-minute game, an hour-long game, then a 9-minute game. So we've been here for how many hours now? 3.5 something? It's... And you've played a BO5 before this, right? So you're starting to get pretty exhausted. You're trying to play your best as well, and you are playing your best, because these games so far has been absolutely insanity.
It's been a long day for all of them, and it's funny that this series itself is going very long, which obviously is partly because we had a 50-minute game, we had 30-minute games, but we also had some 8-minute games in the middle of this series. And, you know, now that we're looking at it, it's all going to come down to King of the Hill. I think that's so fitting. Whoever is the King of the Hill is going to be the one going to London to be the final participant.
I mean, London not exactly known for their hills or anything, but still, I mean, it's fitting to a certain extent, of, as you said, and yeah, this... I don't know, I'm nervous, and I'm just casting, and I don't know what to say here, honestly. But yeah, I was talking a little bit behind the scenes, you know, in a private Discord with some other of the players, and it was like, it's kind of rough for Abbasid. Like, we were kind of agreeing like, hey, okay, it's going to be going China Abbasid for Puppypaw, and then it's going to be Ruse Sushi for Anotand. So yeah, I'm very afraid for Puppy, because Abbasid is something we have seen on King of the Hill, and it hasn't been exactly going the best. If I remember correctly, the last time we saw it was actually Numedan who played it against Beastie, if I remember correctly, and there was some sort of proxy base, and yeah, that was a strange one as well.
Yeah, Abbasid is such an interesting choice here for King of the Hill, and we're talking about a map that has been in the map pool ever since release.
Yeah,
we had it in various tournaments across all the years, and I don't really recall many instances of Abbasids being popular, maybe except for the 2TC meta, where people just walled up and played 2TC regardless of what map you played. But Abbasids just doesn't strike you as your, oh shoot, this is my kind of focus in the middle, mid-game style civilization. Chinese much more so.
Yeah.
But I think, it's just my opinion, but I think when you look at Chinese and Abbasids, these two civilizations are also civilizations that you can play in a very eco-heavy fashion if you want.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Like, you could potentially have some sort of eco game. Of course, you are not even mentally. You kind of go physically get put on a timer, right? So it could be really scary. You need that 2TC, right? To actually, 2TC. It's a timer. You put yourself on a timer. But now you can actually potentially have one, and Sushi going quick up as well to Castle Age and get that going. It's going to be really, really scary. But let's jump into the final game of this set.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. One ticket remaining to qualify for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. And it comes down to this final game of this best of 7. It is 3 apiece between Anotand and Puppypaw. Can Anotand break the curse and finally get the ticket after having lost twice before in the final round of the qualifiers? Or can Puppypaw turn things around here, rally and finish off the first game, or final game I should say? It is Puppypaw with the Abbasids to the north in red, and down south it is the Chushi's Legacy in the hands of Anotand in yellow.
Yeah, I mean, we have one of the things that has happened a couple of times, and it's against Anotand. I've played this as well. Is actually Anotand has been going for this really cheeky build, where he has been just force dropping off with the sheep builders onto the mill, and that way you kind of get your age up really, really quickly, and you can start doing other things with your build at that point. Against Abbasid, you don't actually need to do this, because Abbasid can't age up any faster than they already are, right? So we can kind of just chill, Anotand, do his build. One of the things that we could potentially see as well here is a pretty juicy meditation garden. A couple of places, specifically on the right side there with the stone and gold. Other than that, though, we don't actually have that many good meditation gardens. Yeah, we're gonna get that 50 gold and 25 stone, maybe a little bit of wood as well.
It's a tricky spot on this map if you think about it, because most of the time you're not going to touch the wood line with all the minerals being on the front and then the wood line being at the edge, but it is what it is. That's all that you can get. On the other side, it's going to be a military wing, so certainly one of the more aggressive Abbasid openings. It's not like you have very many options for early aggression with the Abbasids, but military wing is certainly one of them, and with villagers moving on to stone, could we see a second DC here?
That would be the only logical thought for me, realistically, here, actually, because, well, what else are you going to do with the stone? I don't think you're going to ever do some sort of tower play, maybe get a tower arrow slit or something. That doesn't make any sense, and you're Abbasid after all, right? One of the things that could have been potentially really good as well, I don't think, especially against Sushi, it would have been good, but you could have gone for this early ramp type of play, which we have seen a couple of times as well, but mostly on the ranked ladder, not so much in competitive games.
The stone mine does get spotted over here by Anotand, so he knows fully well that that second DC is coming his way. He's going to see the spearmen, the archers from the military wing as well. So I guess the question is, where does Anotand go from here?
Well, we have a couple of options. We do have the Masugnu just coming in. I mean, you need something to defend the military ring. So, going with this Sugnu play, just dealing with the archers and the spears really effectively, just getting that going already, why not, right? We have seen, it was Baldland on Socotra. He actually went for this just mass Sugnu play as China, which, is pretty effective, and it's something, speaking from a team player's perspective, is something we sometimes have a lot of fun with. It's not very serious, but it is a little bit fun, and it's this like 4-5 TC Song Dynasty Sushi, and then you just go 200 population in feudal and just spam Sugnu. Is it viable on King of the Hill? Probably not. But is it fun? Yes. Realistically, though, I do see just a couple of Sugnu. He has stopped making at 4. He's just going to have enough to defend the military wing, and I assume he's just going to go up to castle, but 11 on wood tells me something else.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just going to take an approach and say, okay, I have a freebie to get the middle, I have essentially all the room to expand on the map, maybe try to play semi-aggressive. Because he knows that his opponent is going to play 2 DC, so there is not going to be much army coming out of Puppypaw anytime soon.
Yeah, this second TC, right, he, as you can tell, like, he originally wanted it out on this second berry. Boost it up, save it up, have the one in the back of his base safe for a later occasion. However, those 4 Shuganu that comes out now is not able to do anything with that. Poppy, however, we didn't really talk about it, he did lose his scout, so he actually doesn't really know what is happening behind this, and now Anotand actually has another scouting queue. Could this be potentially a pivot into the pro scout?
Possibly, that would be a really nice move.
That's the tower rush. Okay.
Wow. Those are the only 2 gold deposits
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Puppypaw has, and this map is notorious for not having a lot of fallback options in terms of gold. It's not like you can just go to the edge of the map, because most of the gold is going to be towards the middle. Really, his only fallback would be the far right corner, but that would just be extremely difficult to protect.
Yeah, and you would kind of be forced out on it, so it would actually be a high-value play here from Anotand. And again, I don't think he has vision of exactly where the second TC has been dropped, so it could have been like, hey, let's move out, let's place a tower here, but then maybe a second thought that maybe the TC went down on the tower and then the tower, or on the gold, sorry, and then the tower would be kind of wasted. However, I would honestly still just go for that tower, because that would be such a high-value tower, but then again, these guys are a little bit higher ranked than me.
I feel like what we are seeing is kind of a microcosm of what the game used to look like 2.5, 3 years ago, when every Abbasid player was playing 2 DC, and people were trying to figure out how to deal with that. And I do remember Pro Scouts being one of the potential candidates to beat that. Because if your opponent is not out on the map, just get the map and leverage it as much as you can.
Yeah, and the crazy thing was that was even before the Pro Scouts change, right? Where you still had to manually Pro Scout. And essentially all of the quality of life updates that we kind of got to get to where we are with the current Pro Scouts. Of course, now it has been effectively nerfed to the ground. These deer that is coming back home is going to have significantly less food on them than when they were out on the map, which is a pretty good way to nerf it, I think. But we do see this pretty heavy pivot now from Puppypaw, immediately scouting that tower, knowing, okay, Anotand is going to go castle, and I need to match him on that.
Yeah, he's going to have a head start going into Castle Age here, and you're right, Castle Age is a big pivot point, because that allows you to pick up the relics, and if you have the relics, you can offset a lot of the villager differential. Speaking of which, it's not like there's a huge villager discrepancy between the 2 players just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of just got this slow poke now, and the nice thing as well with this horseman play that Anotand is doing, and having this stable already on, the Dali horses, which is, I'm assuming, what he's aiming for by dropping this blacksmith as well. If he actually gets their upgrade, his knights are very, very strong. However, Abbasid being able to respond with a camel does have a certain... I don't really know exactly where we kind of stand on the knight tier list with the camel debuff, but I can't imagine it's a lot better for Abbasid.
Mount Lu Academy complete, as we do have the professional scouts being seen by Puppypaw. He knows exactly what's going on despite not having a scout. He sees the carcasses being ferried in, he sees the Castle Age as well. The concern is going to be hunting down these monks now, because obviously when you don't have that scout, it's also going to make it much more difficult to spot those monks that are trying to sneak out for the relics.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the downside of going with the Mount Lu Academy, right? Is you don't have these Shaolin monks. Probably wouldn't be doing a whole lot this game, but it's still a little bit funny to go with the bold men, coming from a meme strat here. the downside of Puppypaw, however, going with this economic wing in the castle is you do not get the benefit of the economic wing on your TC, so you kind of have to pay full price for the TC. The nice part about it, however, is the fact that you are able to drop these farms pretty cheap in the castle age when you inevitably have to do that transition, because you can't go out on the dare, either because you don't have map control when you have to move out, or because your opponent just has pro-scouted all of them away.
Anotand housed for a bit. That's going to slow his expansion down a little. Now, it seems like he's trickling a lot more troops across the map. Just a bunch of little yellow dots converging on the base of Puppypaw.
Yeah, 30 seconds left for that economic wing. It's a slow build-up, but we're getting there. However, Puppypaw, very nice defense so far. These spears nicely placed out, just the towers as well, able to upgrade them, have a good time, just just chilling. Are trying to deny that pro scout as much as possible. Puppypaw, or Anotand, sorry, going a little bit greedy on it as well.
I think it must be said, if you lose out all the deer carcasses on your side of the map, you're gonna have to make an early farm transition, especially given how defensive Puppypaw has been playing. And on a tempo map like this could be a problem. Obviously, we're getting close to that stage where someone, probably Anotand, is going to secure the sacred site in the middle and start the dreaded timer.
But look at this though, I mean, this really shows how scared Puppy is. He's got 2 spring null emplacement immediately when edging up. That's a lot of stone, that's a little bit of gold that's invested immediately onto the edge up, even before Fertile Crescents. He really needs to get those up, because he knows he's going to be under so much pressure with his pro scout. 10 knights already on the field, and he still has to upgrade his spears.
We'll sure rush it up to ranges at the backside. And oh, look at this. Knights are once again coming in, pushing away the villagers from food. Puppy is certainly struggling with the food income here. Basically no food in the bank, 600 food per minute or so, as compared to almost 1,000 from Anotand.
Yeah, and this is the really struggle, right? Anotand knows he has so much control. He knows that Puppy is not going to be able to have the resources nor the map control to even remotely move out to take those relics. So he goes, okay, that's fine. I'm just going to make more monks. I'm going to start the sacred timer first and then go for the relics. Normally you see kind of the other way around. Now...
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, because it certainly felt like Anotand wasn't rushing to get the relics. He was up in Castle Age for a while, still no relics, and the first thing he did was go to the middle and get the sacred site instead of going for the relics.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Again, it's... Abba said right, with 2TC, they're kind of like on a mental timer, I guess you can say. With this 2TC play, their economy scaling, 44 to 60 villagers now. But having an actual physical timer that will just end the game when it runs out, I think that's much more powerful, even just for the mental. And the nice thing about this Sushi Meditation Garden as well, right? 25 stone that you can passively get. Put a couple of villagers extra on it. And out of nowhere, you suddenly just have all of the upgrades that you need to actually upgrade all of these towers in the middle.
And that's such a nice touch. As you said, passive stone trickle over those minutes. That is exactly what you need to just avoid having to spend villagers on the stone mining part and just fortify all these towers. And obviously, villager count is heavily in the favor of Puppypaw, but just get the feeling that he's kind of handcuffed by the lack of food. Just look at that food income, or, well, I guess the lack thereof.
Yeah, exactly. And we are getting the upgrade from, I do not remember what it's called. And look at this, one dynasty actually coming in from Anotand. No, agriculture, thank you, Vodka. Shaolin Monastery now, so going up into the Yuan dynasty here, so knows that this pagoda play, something that we've seen develop recently a lot on ladder, and I think maybe Demo was one of the first people who were actually doing it on his stream and on ladder. This Yuan dynasty, getting these pagodas, they're so incredibly strong. There's so much value in getting them. And you're not only getting gold, but you're also getting other resources.
Yeah, the passive resource trickle is just so valuable when it comes to offsetting this differential. Now, Anotand needs to make sure he doesn't lose control over that sacred site. Needs to send at least one knight on there to stall this out. Still 8 minutes on the timer, but you would love to avoid losing that countdown. Looks like that's not going to happen, though. In fact, his Lancers will fight into the Spearmen here. The decap does happen, and that is huge for Puppypaw. Buys himself a lot of time, you feel.
This is very good for Puppypaw. This is amazing for Puppypaw, in fact. Being able to stop this timer is incredible for him. Like, this should feel like, hey, I'm in a really good spot now. Anotand is not as happy. He is kind of happy, admittedly, being able to get all of these relics and these pagodas. But I feel like you should have been almost a little bit greedier, even pulled more of your villagers. Felt like maybe his army was out of position.
It's always tricky, though. It's game number 7, you know. You gotta be very careful just going all in on that sacred site. Slow raid coming in on the left side. Quick reactions by Puppypaws in the villagers. Anotand certainly sees that Puppy is trying to get any kind of food he can still access.
Yeah, and this is really, really bad for Anotand. I mean, these Shuganu, right, they are slow with these crossbows as well. And your knights are running around trying to deal with other things, so you're not able to actually take these kind of in and out fights that you normally want to. And I don't know, I'm very scared for Anotand here. He needs to have a very good fight that's coming out, because now Puppypaw, how many farms is he on? I can press the button myself. It's 24 farms with agriculture. And he has done this on economy wing as well, so these are cheap farms. So his food eco, it's completely fine now. He's gotten over the worst part.
Yeah, that's a great point that you bring up, because at the same time, Anotand is getting to the stage where the carcasses he ferried in are running out. He still has the middle, but the timer restarted, and there's such a big difference between this being 9.5 minutes as opposed to, let's say, 6.5.
Going into Song Dynasty now. Ooh. Okay, that I didn't expect that one coming, but I guess it makes sense, right? Theirs now should be running out underneath the mill for Anotand, so you do have to go for the farm transition, and doing it on a granary transition is much, much, much better. So now...
So what's the win condition here for Anotand? He has the middle, but 9 minutes feels like an awful lot. And sustainability, as you mentioned, is kind of on the side of Puppypaw.
I think the win condition here, honestly, is these Nest of Bees. Nest of Bees, just Sugnu, Lancer, fight up in the middle. One of the issues I do kind of see here, and I don't like it as much, but Anotand is so heavy on gold, and he's not actually mining any stone, and all the stone he's using on these emplacements, it's only passively, right? You have gotten now all of these upgrades, and you are trying to take a fight in the middle now, but I don't know how you're going to be able to take this fight right now. Oh no, then that's the problem.
No support coming in here for Anotand, and a lot of villagers do get caught in the crossfire. First Nest of Bees pops out. Tower's trying to help out as well, and this is a really nice choke point over here for Anotand. Second volley comes in. Lands a decent shot on the crossbows. Puppy is trying to close the distance, trying to take out those Nest of Bees. He himself is going to get taken out. And what's even crazier is that it's not like a lot of villagers died over here. It feels like a cleanup here from Anotand.
Being able to survive with that Nest of Bees is actually insane value. I thought for sure it was going to be dead, running straight into the front of Puppypaw's master, but being able to pull it back and repair it up at the same time. All of these Springle towers as well doing so much damage, despite Anotand not having any frontline here.
It felt like an awkward engagement. Now, at the end of the day, a couple of villagers did fall over here for Anotand, but the fact that he cleans up this army and the countdown is still going is concerning for Puppypaw, to say the least.
It's really concerning now. Walls coming up, cheeky walls from Anotand. Not investing into a keep. I mean, honestly, after this game, I'm kind of interested to knowing how many Springled towers there are on the map, because I swear, I think Puppypaw has maybe 4, and then Anotand has another 6, maybe. I mean, it's kind of insanity, and again, this siege play is something that you need to do on this map, right? Fighting uphill. While we do not have kind of this hill damage that AoE2 has, we still have vision advantage. You still have the vision of uphill, and now we actually are seeing this keep being dropped here.
And walls too. It's not just that you have the keep up there, it's going to be a full set of walls that you're going to have to break through. And that's kind of difficult to do when you barely have any torch units for Puppypaw. Most of his army is just crossbows. They will melt under a keep, and they will also struggle to get through those walls. Again, Anotand has been in the finals twice in the previous 3 weeks, but he never managed to get it all done, and he's still waiting for his ticket. Looks like he's getting closer and closer, though. He could get a ticket to London in 7 minutes if things go his way.
Yeah, but Puppypaw, being the player he is, he knows, he recognizes this. Siege crossbows, Sugunu. What do? We go straight into Horsemen. This could be really scary. If this catches Anotand off guard, and it looks like it's doing that, look at the investment that Anotand is doing right now. He's investing into more siege, not spears, more siege, more walls. If this Horseman mass can be built up to maybe 2025, actually be able to dive onto the backline, kill the nest of bees, just have a good time on the back, even building some mangonels himself. This could be a really good fight for Puppypaw, even though the previous one felt like it was too early. But look at the stone that is built up in Puppypaw's bank as well. Looks like he might want to go for a counter keep drop, and it looks so as well.
Yeah, it looks like here it comes. This is a more passive approach. I don't know about that stone mine out there.
That's not a counter keep, I think. That's just a...
It feels like a staging ground keep. I don't think he knows about the keep at the top of the hill just yet. He's going to find out soon enough. Flank comes in. Nest of Beasts could unleash on all those villagers. Horsemen were looking to go around it. That's a beautiful volley from the Nest of Bees. Villagers have to flee. There's just no access from all the Gulams on the Nest of Beast. Crossbows making a quick work with them. Next volley, wiping out all the archers. The keep goes up, but the villagers have to flee. Anotand potentially pulling back through the gates here. He needs to be careful not to get cleaned up by the horsemen, though. A lot of casualties on his side, thanks to all those horsemen.
Yeah, but the Mangonel as well in the back, doing a lot of work there for Puppypaw and Horseman. Again, like... this Horseman mass, he was able to build up to a significant number so that the crossbows of Sugunu, they were not able to handle what was coming. Now 2 forward siege workshops being dropped there, 5 minutes left on the clock. 4 Nest of Bees. He didn't kill any Nest of Bees, I assume, and now 2. Oh my gosh, he's just pumping out siege here.
5 minutes on the timer, fellas. 5 minutes is what Anotand needs to hold to get the final ticket to London. Can he do that or not? That's the big question. That's the question that everybody is looking for an answer to. Slowly sieging down that keep out. Their siege workshops, and in general, Puppypaw is creeping up towards that hill. I don't know about you, but I get the feeling that he's gonna have one shot at decapping this, and that's it.
I think so too. I mean, he needs to ride this timer really, really close. I mean, he is on 2 TC, so he can take these trades pretty okay, all things considered, but is he able to actually get a little bit of rate out on the eco? I mean, the farm transition here for Anotand is right by this wall.
He needs something, he needs a distraction, try to break through the walls, but he is going to lose that staging ground keep, starts to shell the keep on the top of the hill. This is a nice little breakthrough here. But with 3.5 minutes left to go, you're starting to wonder whether villagers become expandable slow and steady. He's going to send in the cavalry to deal with that.
I mean,
Puppy needs to start converging on that sacred site. 3.5 minutes left to go.
Considering how the army, how Anotand has built up his base, built up the front of the sacred site. Yeah, villagers, food, meh, I don't care. It's siege. It's siege that we need to talk about here.
You get the feeling that he just needs to keep these villagers alive to do anything for like 1 or 2 more minutes, just get the resources. And a final minute is just going to be a chaotic, brutal fight, and wherever it goes, it goes. Keep is slowly being taken out over here. Anotand has to repair that.
Small detail, look how much Puppy is actually investing into building these towers. He needs this vision. Without these towers, there is no vision. He's not able to see what's going up. or what is up the hill, and look at this as well now. Oh my god, that's 9 SFBs. Fortunately not Clockwork SFBs, but still, that's 9 SFBs. Needs to be careful though, not to kill them.
Horseman looking to engage. 2.5 minutes, fellas. 2.5 minutes separates Anotand from a ticket to London. Nest of Bees venturing through the walls though, and there's a lot of horsemen nearby. You gotta be careful not to take a disadvantageous fight here if you're Anotand.
The keep
Spawning
does
back behind
go
the walls.
down.
And I think now that we're at 2 minutes, it's almost a now or never for Puppypaw. Wally on the right side wipes out the whole force. How do you even deal with those Nest of Bees? The keep is gone, but there is still the walls and there is still the Nest of Bees. 2 minutes left to go.
Two mangonels on the way for Puppypaw. I mean, the front line, the melee units here is really, really strong. Needs to break through that wall to actually be able to gain access to it. The gate has been taken out as well, so it's looking pretty scary. Honestly,
Villagers are being pulled.
Oh,
the villagers are coming in on the right side.
Oh!
And that's a beautiful volley. All of them getting repelled. And you know what that means when you see the villagers come in. It means that it's Hail Mary time. 1:30 left to go. Puppypaw, he needs a decap. He needs a miracle. Otherwise, he's gonna be out and he's not going to London.
Oh, no, 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 no,
and
no,
the
no!
right side,
no!
Once again, villagers trying to break their way through, open up more space, but there is just nowhere to go. 70 seconds left on the timer, and the Nest of Bees are just standing untouched at the top of the hill. Looks like Anotand is going to commit to this one. Little flank coming in from the south, but it just feels too little, too late. The villagers will fall on the right side.
Oh, these villagers even have textiles.
There is just nowhere to go here for Puppypaw. He's trying to push up the hill, but it is Anotand who is the true king of the hill, and it is Anotand who is going to secure his ticket to London if he can hold for 40 more seconds. Just a narrow choke point to push through.
More kills.
Trebuchet is firing from behind. And the villagers from Anotand repairing the walls on the right side, just trying to make sure that no one gets through. 30 seconds on the clock, and there is still way too many Nest of Bees to deal with. It feels impossible now for Puppypaw to break this defense. And Anotand, he is seconds away from punching his ticket to London. The villagers will make a run for it, trying to decap the sacred site as a last hurrah. But it's just not gonna happen. That is it. Anotand, after losing 2 of the decider rounds in the previous 3 weeks, he finally breaks the curse and in an absolutely cutthroat and incredible set against Puppypaw, secures the final spot to London. Cow, what an incredible, incredible series that we've just witnessed.
That was insanity. Oh, it's so fun to watch this map. I do have to say, I do not like the build-up, but the last 2 minutes is the most fun AoE4 that I've ever seen in my life. Every single time you don't think... You're like, we've seen this before. Nah. It's so fun to watch, and with this much on the line as well. Oh my god.
Honestly, like, it's funny that you say that, because that's always the feeling I have about King of the Hill. You look at this map and people say, it's kind of cheesy, it's kind of cheeky, but once every 20 games, it gives you an absolutely stunning
one every
game.
20? I'm sorry, I have to correct you on that one. Every other game on this map is just fun. I'm sorry.
Either way,
I'm sorry.
It's the biggest thing on the line, the literal final game that decides everything for these players for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. And it comes down to Anotand holding the hill over here. And with that, he takes out Puppypaw 4-3. We expected a close series at the beginning, and boy oh boy, did we get just that.
Yeah. And now, if he can get a nod and away from Anotand, I do think he might be ready on the back line here. Actually, no. Never mind. That's a freeze frame. So production secrets being leaked there. That's actually a freeze frame from last time he was here. So I have a awkward staring at me now, but what?
He probably does need a little break.
Yeah,
let's just say that he's been...
You know, I would be honest, I would be like, after this, I would kind of be going like this, just, I don't know. But let's see with Anotand what he thinks himself.
Hello there.
Hello, my beautiful friendly decor. Yeah, I like this version of you less.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out what we're actually looking at over here.
Okay, yeah, great.
But okay, there we go. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do that interview, but anyway, here we are. Congratulations, incredible series. What are your immediate thoughts? Final qualifying participant for Red Bull Wololo. How do you feel?
I am now concerned with visa. To be honest, it will be like challenging for me to get visa. It's like 50%. So like, yeah, I still don't have feeling like I'm in London. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I want to give a credit to Puppy. Like he played super well, right? He won English Macedonia so clear, and like I just drafted a bit better. So like my thief for last game was better, right? But he played not worse than me, but sadly, yeah, only one is going.
I wanted to ask you about this because this is something that we had conversations about in the cast. You actually made it into the final round of the qualifiers twice in the previous 3 weeks. But you did not manage to win those series, so here you were. How did you feel going into this best of 7 knowing that you've already gotten so close but didn't manage to qualify?
Yeah, to be honest, it's good experience. Because when I lost first time, I was super mad. When I lost second time, I was pretty sad. And now I come up to final like, okay, like I will lose one more final and like world will not crash, right? But yeah, finally I managed to win at least one of them, right?
Well, you only need one ticket, so indeed, it's a big one. Let's talk about your upcoming opponents, though. We have the 4 players set for London. It's Marine Lord, it's Wham, it's Vortex, and it's you, of course. How do you feel about this lineup? Any surprises for you? How do you feel about the opponents coming up? How far do you think you can go?
I think I'm a bit different from them because they are all like 1.6 meter height and I'm like almost 2 meters. So I think that's my main advantage. Like when we will play at London, I will just like stood up and maybe they will be scared of me. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that's certainly something that you can do on a LAN, not so much on an online tournament. So maybe we indeed see the full power of Anotand unlocked in London. I think it's getting late for you, so it's probably good if we wrap because I'm sure you want to go to sleep and just like kind of celebrate about this.
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. for me, but I lived like degenerate for a month to be in shape. So like yeah, I will not sleep this night. That's for sure. I need to Google closest club to me and go to drink some vodka and yeah, I don't know what else.
Well, we have to give you the option to sleep, though, although I understand that you're not going to take that opportunity. I just wanted to ask you, like, as a final closure, of course, what's your message to the fans, the people that supported you, or anyone else that you want to give a shout-out to?
I'm really thankful to my team, Volda Sports. I'm thankful to Mary Lord. We practiced with him a lot, and biggest thanks to, like, the person... the one person why I started to play this game is B. Like I was a casual player. I was no one, but I just watched his games and it inspired me. Then he coached me, and I'm now top 4 player apparently. So yeah, big thanks to him. Without him, I will not be here. Sure.
Well, we shall see how things go for you in London. Good luck for the main event, of course, and congratulations for this huge win in an incredible set. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the celebration of this absolutely amazing victory.
Thank you for casting. I will rewatch it this night probably, every second. But I will skip games where I lost, right? Not see the chat. So yeah, thank you guys for hosting.